جالي صيف الحمد لله. دي ميزة ان انت تعيش فوق.
الجو تلج بره.
اوكي. ازيك يا ريس، اخبارك ايه؟
هي السيشن بتاعت هنركب في المكان
هي دي.
هنا هتبقى في المكان ده.
هنرش ميه هنا.
مين اللي عاملها بقى؟
احنا اللي عاملينها، بس اللي منظمها اللي هو قسم الجيولوجيا هنا.
في قسم الجيولوجيا. طيب كويس.
هم اللي منظمينها.
ماشي.
تمام.
ايه الاخبار؟
والله الحمد لله ماشي الحال.
عملت ايه في العشاء؟
لا والله كويس. يعني انت مش عارف انت ما جبتش الولاد ليه بس.
يا عم ده وش هورط من دماغكم. انت عارف ان لحد يوم السبت صح؟
مسافرين يوم السبت ان شاء الله.
عشان كده.
اوكي. دلوقتي احنا لايف،
حلو.
بس مش لايف.
انا صح جت في دماغي فكره امبارح كنت عم بفكر فيها. هو انت ليه ما تكلم السيفير وتعمل كلاودرز اي ده تعمل جورنال؟
جورنال اكشلي احنا كان في عندنا اكشن زي كده، لكن بسبب ان احنا وقفناها عشان كنا مركزين على حاجة تانية.
طب ما تبروسيد في الموضوع ده. انا شايف ان دي حاجه كويسه في دايفرسيتي
اوف
كتير،
كورس.
فبالتالي هيبقى عندك دايفرسيتي من
Yes.
مجالات كتير ممكن تكون موجوده.
يس.
انا شايف ان فكره كويسه جدا بصراحه.
اكشلي احنا في عندنا زي ما قلت لك يعني.
تشوف ايديتور بتعمل الجورنال وتشوف
لو
عندها
وريت
ناس من
لك
مجالات مختلفه.
لو وريت لك الناين استراتيجيك ستراكشر بتاعنا، في واحدة منهم اللي هو الساينس كوميونيكيشن ثرو كلاودرز اي.
كويس.
ولكن المشكلة انت عارف بتبقى في حاجات فيها بريوريتي، لايك يعني انت محتاج تعمل ابلكيشن ومش عارف ايه. تمام. فالبريوريتي دلوقتي ان انت تجيب فند عشان ترن الاكتيفيتي مثلا. في بعض الاحيان انا كنت سألت واحد ان هو يساعدني في كتابة الابلكيشن عشان نبعته للسيفير. يعني تعرف مش كل الناس بتبقى اكتف، فقال لك اوكي ومش عارف ايه، وبعد كده ريح خلاص ماشي.
هو ابلكيشن كبير يعني ولا
لا مش ابلكيشن كبير، انت بس بتعمل يعني دوكيمنت صغيرة بتقول فيه اللهم صل على النبي، الجورنان دوا جديد يونيك مش موجود في السوق.
تمام.
تمام. ومين الاديتور ومين الاديتور والاستراكشر بتاع الجورنال، واذا كان هيتنشر شهري ولا سنوي ولا كل 6 شهور ولا مش الحاجة الكبيرة يعني.
على العموم فكر فيه، شايف ان هي فكره كويسه جدا.
I completely agree with you. يعني ممكن، مش عارف الوقت هيسمح لنا ولا لأ، ولكن أنا ممكن أوريك الناين بيلرز بتوعنا الأساسيين. هم دلوقتي بقوا ريديوست ل5، بس ال5 دول تحتيهم حاجات من الناين. واحد منهم الساينتفك كوميونيكيشن ثرو
الجورنال بابليكيشن. طيب نجيب قهوه.
جيب قهوة يا ريس، يا سلام.
نبدأ.
رش مية في الحتة دي. Yes.
This is one of your panelists.
Of course, yes.
Yes, we have reached from the marshal's office. I think we changed the emails.
Yes, like 2 weeks ago.
Yes. Right, okay. So,
Actually, no, actually 3 weeks, and then yes, last week I think of the unfortunate.
and you'll be reading the email?
Oh yes.
Okay.
I hope. We'll see.
We'll see. And it will start at noon, yes?
It will start after the first February, 1 hour.
Okay. So first I will make the presentation about the innovation.
So actually for the
So I'm now speaking about this additional funds. Yes, because I sent it to bigger presentation. Yeah. Right.
I think we start with
Okay. Some.
So please, did you get coffee? No. Yeah, please. Just two.
Currently Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on the third day of the CloudEARThi conference. My name is Adam Wróblewski. I'm going to host today's event. So from the very beginning, we start today with the keynote speeches about, it is titled EIT Raw Materials Business Branch. And we are going to have 5 presentations in this very first part. And then after the short break for the coffee, we are going to have the panel discussion that is titled Intersectoral Cooperation Driving Innovation, Sustainable Development and Entrepreneurship. So it is my great pleasure to invite the first speaker, which is Jan Egert, Head of Business Development from EIT Raw Materials.
Yeah, I think he just brings something from outside.
Okay.
Here, you can take this position. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to start the day. My name is Jan Egert, Head of Education, or used to be Head of Education, now Head of Business Development at EIT Raw Materials. And I would like to present a bit our perspective on innovation in Europe from the organization of EIT, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and in particular, the Knowledge and Innovation Community, Raw Materials. Before I do so, thank you, Tamer, and also Olga, for organizing the conference, also being part of this C+ project. We are a partner of this, and also the university, Wrocław University of Science and Technology, a core partner of ours at EIT Raw Materials for the beginning, since the inception, so long time membership. My first time, so thank you for having us, for co-organizing, for hosting the conference. So shaping future workforce, entrepreneurship, innovation, and technology development. Maybe for those who are not so familiar with the EIT, European Institute of Innovation and Technology, it's about innovation. It's about European scaling innovation, education, and business creation. I think we are now about 9 kicks after all, so it's not only raw materials, it's health, mobility, digital, energy, culture and creativity, a new one that the EIT incepted, and also there's one on water to become soon, and again, one is raw materials, where there I belong to. We are headquartered in Berlin, and we look after not only raw materials, but also advanced materials, but the entire value chain. So this is very important. So I go here. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Yes. So what we are actually a network. So we are a partnership, the biggest and global partnership in raw materials and advanced materials, again, on the entire value chain. And this is not only the beauty about the organization, but the concept of the EIT, that there are university partners, there are research organizations, and there are industry partners involved in all of the projects. So again, where do I go? Yeah, okay. Should I try one more time? Oh yeah, how do I go back this one? Okay. Just quickly again on raw materials. So this is quite an organization. Over the years, we are by now 10 years old. So 2015 again, Wrocław University of Science and Technology is a core partner since inception of 2016. And there are more university partners in the network. Also, if we take into account the higher education initiative, there's 350 universities. Again, industry partners, 300, also supported 800 startups over the years in the past, which is quite an impressive number. Also, the ERMA, which is the European Raw Materials Alliance, also brings another 750 partners to the network. And again, it's European-wide, so it's really a pan-European organization and adventure to support innovation, to support education and business creation. So this is the portfolio, and interestingly enough, it's again not only on education or innovation, but it's also bringing in the scale-up investing and finance aspect of this through AMR. Over the years, quite massive in the on the master level in education, master programs all over Europe, with mobility, having more than one university involved in those programs. So Timrex, for example, here, Mayteam would be where Wroclaw is involved, but also many more on, again, the entire value chain of raw materials. Upscaling, of course, a lot of innovation projects that has been or were funded over the years. A lot of investment money actually went into those. Also on the education side, so we spent about 70 million on those programs, so quite a massive amount of number in this. And of course, that generated impact over the last 10 years. And the impact is not only, again, these are just some numbers, but there's something more than this behind. And I think the true value of EIT, or the third pillar which EIT belongs to in Horizon Europe, next to the basic research and then the thematic areas in Pillar 2, it's the third pillar where the European Innovation Council and the European Institute of Innovation and Technology are part, is that the transfer, so really bringing the research, the ideas that are housed in those very, very important buildings and institutions, organizations of universities, but also research organizations and the research, not to forget, at industry, bring together and have products, innovation, students, graduates coming out who are now in the workforce helping European companies, industry to stay competitive. Again, quite some numbers. This is due to the heavy investment of the EIT, of the Commission, of the European Union in those areas. It's not only our kick, but the other kicks. There's also cross-kick initiatives. I come to that a bit later in my presentation. I think it's not enough. It's not only my thought, it's when we talked last night, Tama, I think the challenges, the great challenges, especially when we talk raw materials, so material science, materials, dependencies, geopolitical developments, make it not only a momentum of the green transition, but also on more the political landscape, the importance of having diversification of raw materials, where to get those. And we are not looking only in the raw materials sector at EIT Raw Materials. We look into automotive, we look into aerospace, we look into energy, so the dependencies is quite high, and this is really a need for more than what we see here. And what I call is for a strategic innovation acceleration, so to have more disruption, more innovation that goes one step further. And maybe, I don't know, the management colleagues from yesterday around still? Anyone knows Clayton Christensen?
What?
Clayton, the famous Clayton Christensen? August nodding. So Clayton Christensen is used to be former professor at Harvard. He died, I think, 5 years ago. But so my background is business school education. So when I went to Harvard for a course, I think back in 10 years ago, he was teaching the disruptive innovation course. So very impressive, because if you look at all of those massive innovations and over the years, the phone, the telephone, then the mobile phone, Blockbuster, or how to view and watch movies. It's not in the cinemas, it's more the streaming now with Netflix. So there's so much disruption going on. So I sit in this class and he's bringing all of these examples to the plate, and I think, okay, what about education? I think education is also being disrupted and needs to be disrupted in its nature, in its essence. And that's what we are also now working and trying hard at EIT Raw Materials, to bring more of those things that have direct impact on innovation, on education, on technology transfer. So how do we do this? So it's enlarging actually the ecosystem. So it's enlarging the existing innovation ecosystem by bringing other stakeholders to the table. I will quickly introduce the European Raw Materials Academy that EIT Raw Materials is now authorized to run and will start doing so soon, where it's not only with universities always, of course, because education and universities go hand in hand, but it's also looking into vocational education training, professional education, lifelong learning, to get all of those employees along the entire life cycle of the learner to come together and learn and get those skills that are needed in the future. It's about strategic alignment. So if you look at I don't know if you have, again, this is very raw material specific here, the strategic projects, the 47 that the Commission announced recently, 18 of those, UIT Raw Materials was directly involved. So you can see that along the map here of Europe, most of those projects EIT was funding, EIT Raw Materials was investing, or had at least some stake in terms of consulting or working with them together. Also on the skills, again, the finance aspect, to bring public-private partnership, not only from our own funding, co-funding, of course, as well, but bringing other organizations, institutions into the game, VCs, banks, and others to help Europe get the next step in those areas. We also built science group around some thematic areas, topics over the year now. In 25, we started with batteries, so focusing, call it the iPhone moment, where you really focus on some of the topics that are crucial, that we believe are very crucial. So it's battery material. We had one in Frankfurt a couple of weeks back, and rare earths and magnets. And there will be 2 more coming this year on materials, or green materials, as we call it, and the mining processing equipment sign group coming in, I think, October. To have a perspective, it's 4 dimensions, actually. So it's not only education, it's not only innovation, but it's also, again, policy and finance, and to bring these 4 perspectives together. And then I think this is the most crucial in terms of moving ahead, open innovation. Sorry for some of the spelling errors, I just did that recently. Disrupt how innovation is nurtured. So really about how it's financed and how it's nurtured. It's bringing different stakeholders and to openly innovate, to collectively innovate. So not to have an R&D department in one industry or one company doing similar things that are doing in research in universities or in research organizations, but bring them together, openly innovate. Of course, there's always issues on IP, there's always issues on protecting what they have developed, but I think in order to move ahead in Europe, there's no other way than this. Quickly, some examples on those strategic projects. It's the CRM facility, so there's another big project that the Commission allowed InnoEnergy, so the EIT Knowledge and Innovation Community Energy, that is now InnoEnergy, or I think they call themselves Inno by now, and EIT Raw Materials bring together this facility where it's more about also outreach, internationalization, bringing other continents, other countries to the table to help Europe, meet some of those critical raw materials act regulation aspects in terms of not only mining exploration, but recycling and also the processing aspect. I mentioned the strategic projects. Again, 18 of those 47 have received funding from EIT Raw Materials, so quite astonishing amount when we looked at this, when I came across the announcement. And just at the summit a month ago, we announced, or actually from the Commission applied to have the EIT Raw Materials Academy run at EIT Raw Materials. And there's some of those high KPIs you see on the right side. What does it mean? So this academy, we always, for those familiar faces here around in this room, we always called ourselves the academy, so EIT Raw Materials Academy, basically an umbrella for all the education portfolio investment, so on not only on higher education, but starting from school education. We have a lot of wider society projects in the past funded and invested in that bring raw materials closer to school kids, but also then on the higher education side, master, PhD, professional education as part of the academy. And now there will be an umbrella, a house, that is another big project, some investment from the Commission saying we need to focus on this more, with a lot of more tools behind it. So not just funding master programs or degree programs, but also non-degree courses and development in professional education, all housed under this Raw Materials Academy. Again, some quite impressive targets for the colleagues there to meet, again, with all of our great partners across Europe. Otherwise, it's not possible. And here, that's what I meant when we work not only with universities, but also with research organizations and many other stakeholders in the education game, learning providers, vocational education, training institutions, and many more. And when I come back to the more disruptive aspect of education, I think there are really a lot of things that we can do. I know there's many regulations, there's many national member state level regulations on education, especially when it comes to higher education. But we can do and will pilot a lot of those aspects where we think we can make a difference. One of them, just quickly on some of the projects that I work on now in my new role, is on custom programs. So what we do is, as this great network that we have, that we are at EIT Raw Materials, we can bring the best faculty from Wrocław University of Science and Technology, from all of our other partners, university partners, but also research organizations and industry together, and design a program for your company, for your industry, for your commission, policy, member state, you name it, on raw materials. So what are the complexity of raw materials for those who need to know? And I think all of us need to know by now. Also, there's a program initiative on actually expanding, so not looking only into raw materials industry and value chains, but also energy, automotive. They're all very dependent on critical raw materials, on the developments just yesterday. Obviously, China got back on track with allowing critical raw materials to move outside of China, to have the automotive industry not collapsing soon, because they're really dependent on the rare earths for the magnets in the vehicles, or in the wind turbines for energy, and so forth. So here we want to inform, to train, to educate all of those executives that are close to raw materials, again, anywhere, because they all deal with raw materials, so that they have the insight to decide to make thorough decisions in their organizations. And again, the most, I think, really critical, and I'm a proponent of this and have worked in this area for a long time, it's open innovation. And EIT Raw Materials brings the Open Innovation Challenge to companies, to industries, where university students, faculty with the research, of course, but also anyone else out there in terms of having a startup, building on an idea to help industry move and progress. Come together, have those people summoned. We are the organization, we can be this catalyst because we have the network and we can reach out, we can find, we can even look for more than the 800 startups in the portfolio and the universities that we know of, that we have worked in the past so close with, to get those Open Innovation Challenges for companies, hopefully then turning into products and services later on, and to stay competitive in Europe. Quickly, just on how a custom programs is designed. It's, again, really tailor-made. You can do whatever you want and whatever you need for whatever reason in your company. And again, with the great faculty that we have at the company level or the university level in our partner network and beyond. Again, open innovation, just an example. We have run many in the past. We are working with companies at the moment to do so. But it's also for us still really hard work to get this together and to get into those channels, and also to open up companies for open innovation. I mean, per se, companies are not meant for open innovation per se. Some are actually, because they have and see the great value of doing so, opening up their internal R&D to have outside ideas come in and to really leverage on this. Some, of course, have restraints because there's IP, and again, very, very close R&D going on. But for some of this, you can really work on this open innovation aspect. And now, before we close, I have again the issue of, thank you, to close, again, not only on EIT raw materials end, so looking into our own resources, our own organization, we are running the two biggest cross-kick initiatives for EIT. One is the cross-kick education cluster, and Girls Go Circular is one project out of this. And this, I remember working on the business plan with the colleagues, and we had students trained. I think we were at 12,000, 40 I think was the target for end of project. They're already at 88,000 girls and women trained. So this is what I call the Coursera for not only women and girls, but for youngsters, young children to look into, to students, to look into the circularity aspects, into many other projects, sustainability, and have courses you can go through online with help of teachers, because there's a trainer-trainer project or part of it as well, and implementation across Europe with Junior Achievement as a partner organization. And last but not least, those two, the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, another part of this great cross-kick cluster adventure or endeavor consortium. This is EIT Manufacturing running the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, but part of this cluster. And here it's on Deep Tech around training those 1 million people on Deep Tech, and I think they're quite advanced on the target on 1 million, which ends this year. And again, a lot of universities, a lot of partners being pledgers and really seeing the value of having this network of the Deep Tech Talent Initiative. And again, last but not least, the Higher Education Initiative, where many of, or some of you are involved as well in projects that are now in the fourth call. And here again, this is what I meant with the acceleration of innovation and entrepreneurship is we started very strong with EIT on entrepreneurship education. Some of the faculties bringing in a lot of innovation and entrepreneurship tracks that weren't there before, especially when we talk raw materials, engineering, and other areas, not only the management departments. But here, this is the next level to put it also on an organizational level, to bring the university up to speed for the challenges ahead in terms of entrepreneurship and innovation, scaling from lab to market. And it's really a great initiative. The colleagues are very, yeah, I think they have so much work on this one because it's so many projects. It's great projects, and just to follow from my side as another department is great to see. Also the lessons learned from the other cohorts and the great impact and achievements of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan, for your presentation. I believe that we have a couple of minutes for some questions. So are there any questions from the audience?
So, yeah, do you think you can just put more about this open innovation? Like how a startup or how company, they open their ideas to public or to other companies?
Yeah, so the open innovation per se, it's an approach from companies or industry to open up their own R&D departments. Either they don't have their own R&D department because they're so small, SMEs, for example, they just cannot innovate or research so much. But the bigger corporates, of course, they have huge R&D departments. And sometimes they're stuck. Even though they have researchers, they have also maybe a PhD program running. So they have actually already a bit of open innovation because those students bring in new ideas, but it's not enough. So they open up their research departments to other stakeholders in universities, research organizations. And then they identify, with the help of our side, to find a topic. So they have a problem somewhere, an issue, either very concrete, separating material and recycling. For some material not developed yet, but now they need to do it because of the critical raw materials regulations or also their own incentive to be sustainable and circular. So they would come to us, we would define, we have in-house expertise. So EIT Raw Materials has senior advisors for those roles, so they know the value chain by heart. We have the education colleagues who know how to run those things, and they would come together and define the project, the topic. And then they would open it up for an open call. So startups can apply, students can apply, even faculty, if they really want to also include faculty, so research departments, we would go directly for, our recycling departments in the universities to look at. And then they would come together and find a solution.
Okay, so it's open within the consortium.
So it's open within this particular Open Innovation Challenge, as we call it, with a specific company, and then all of those who want to apply globally. So we had, the latest one was with Atlantic Copper, for example, in Spain. So we had students from all of our universities join them to help them on a particular problem. And they would then go there. There would also be a bit of an exchange live, so really physical events in the end. Also, in terms of hiring maybe those people then later on, it's not only on identifying and maybe having a solution to your problem. Maybe you don't find a solution because it's too technical, it's too difficult, but at least you started on doing something which then maybe has an effect later. But there's also examples where you really had even a startup join, and then they would bring the TIL level to a degree where it helps your company to innovate, and then you get scaling up the product and the portfolio, which can be massive, of course, in the end.
Hello, great speech. And I couldn't help myself but notice that in some of your slides, you have a bunch of projects all over Europe, but I see the Norwegian map as a Norwegian being completely gray. So I was just wondering why there isn't more cooperation or more projects with the Norwegian part of the EU.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to mislead. So this was only the strategic projects that were now identified by the Commission. So really on those materials in Europe where and projects where applications were sent. This is not the EIT project list. So there's many projects going on in Norway with our partners there. So we have many, not only in Norway, but Finland, Sweden. It's very intense up north. So I can give you a list also of those.
Thank you very much.
On the innovation side, but also on education side, so on the master level side. But sorry, this was only on the strategic projects.
Any other questions?
Maybe one quick, for curiosity. Are you open, since we speak about raw material for Europe, are EIT raw material are open for international collaboration outside Europe? Not with America, but Africa, Middle East, or Far East?
So the Commission, and again, this is of course also our history now, 10 years working very closely because we are part of Horizon Europe and the third pillar, so the Commission puts a lot of investment, so money, budget into this, but also in terms of what we achieved. So they came up with the CRM call, so the Critical Raw Materials Facility, that we are now coordinating, which is actually run by DG IMPRA, so the Commission part on internationalization. So how can Europe position itself with those countries, excluding China at the moment, who are rich in raw materials and have a history on working also with the EU before, to bring them together and work together. So this would be really going outside. So with a new mandate, which is not the Horizon Europe mandate, which is of course limited to the eligibility of Horizon Europe, but on DG IMPA, on the International Commission part, where they say, you go wherever you need. So Canada, Greenland, Africa, South Africa, Africa in general, South America, and so forth. And it's a lot there. We just started also 2 months ago with this facility to help those projects kick off. There's also a strategic project list actually by the Commission now on international projects, where they also do the same approach. So they want to invest in those who are not on the premises of Europe, so not, there's little mining, of course, there needs to be more, and also, of course, the aspect of processing, way more to get independent from China. But those existing elsewhere in the world to directly work, to take offtake, so really having agreements with them afterwards to introduce more processing in Europe and so forth, so to meet the Critical Raw Materials Act targets, which are quite high.
Thank you once again, Jan, for your presentation. And the second speaker is Maria Mamelkina, Development Manager from La Penranta University of Technology. This presentation is going to be given online. Maria, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's great. So should I also share my video?
Yes, please.
Yes, and am I able to share the slides or you will do it?
Yes,
Because I don't see this.
you are allowed to share your presentation.
Yeah, actually I can't see any possibilities. It's only participants, chat, reactions, and that's it.
So all of the participants can share the presentation, so I believe that you should have the opportunity to share. Okay, so if you have some problems, we can share your presentation and you will just let us know when to change the slides.
Yes, that would be great because I still don't have this icon to share the screen, unfortunately.
Just 1 minute we need. Okay, so I think that you now see the presentation.
Yes, I see the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so you can start.
Yes, so hi everyone. My name is Maria Manelkina and I'm from LUT University, which is in Finland. And today, basically, I would like to introduce one program that we were developing with EIT raw materials together. And apart from introducing the program, I would like also to tell in general what it means combining technology, innovation, digitalization within the education program. And to start with, I would like to access some statistics that is available from Finland. So if you please can switch the slide. Yes, so here to start talking about programs in general and about challenges that we are currently facing, here is the statistics of all international students in Finland. So let's consider the Finnish case. You may see a lot of different countries, and meanwhile you are searching for your country, I would like to mark some challenges. Of course, in many countries, in many European countries, the education is supported by the Ministry of Education and by the government as such. However, still to innovate or to introduce some innovation into education, support is needed and financial support is one kind of a support that is required. So finding instruments are always a challenge. Accessibility. So should this program be, or should this education be available only for higher education, or do we go for vocational education? And For example, another side of the accessibility is whether the education is always face-to-face, or can we reach some other regions, as it was told about Asian region, Sub-Sahara countries. So could we reach then these regions online? And what is the request from there? So should it be physical or should it be remote? Then attractiveness. So what we have noticed when we were developing different kind of programs, that what is attractive for one country, or for example, what is attractive for majority of the countries in the European Union may not be attractive for the rest of the world. So where is the compromise? The diversity and discrimination are also big challenges when developing or innovating programs, because again, the access may be different for Europeans and for the rest of the world, and it is a big question. And when developing or innovating any program, this should be considered. Do we want to address which part of the world, and in which means? So if you please go to another slide. Yeah. To continue what Jan was presenting, so there we are part of EIT labeled master programs, and you may see that there are programs mainly related to each step of raw material sector. And you may see this Master in Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Technology Integration in Mining, May team. This is the one that I'm going to talk about today, but please feel free also to go to the webpage of EIT labeled master programs and find more information about other programs as well. Next slide. Yes, so of course, most of you most probably know that there are current challenges and challenges coming from the past that raw material industry is facing. So, for example, declining ores, environmental permits and regulation, very complex processes, resource efficiency, operation costs. So those are the challenges that existed. They exist now and they will exist in coming years. However, those are not the only challenges that raw material sector is facing nowadays. And next slide, please. So there are some coming challenges or already existing challenges. For example, future mines are expected to be carbon free or CO2 free, digitalized and autonomous. And the question is not even about the digitalization or making the mine autonomous. Of course, there are technologies and there are approaches on how to do it. It's more on how to integrate it all and which activity is related to which part of the process. And next slide, please. And I'm quite sure that many of you are familiar with those green rectangles and the words that are marked there. I'm not sure that if I can hear you and you can answer, but I would like you to have a 10-second round of checking this. and reflecting that maybe you are familiar with 5 terms, or maybe you are familiar with 10, or maybe you are familiar with all of them. And again, as I marked from the previous slide, that it's very important to know all these methods. Yes, sure, definitely. But what we found is more important is how to integrate and how to relate all these approaches. Next slide, please. Yes, so we were now talking about uh, technical aspects. Also, there is a need to uh, bring together technical aspects, business aspects, social skills development, and that is what we were trying to do also during developing of May Team program, so that bringing together these hardcore technological skills, it is seen that, for example, understanding of business and entrepreneurship, also making it possible to operate in a different intercultural context, or having an understanding of what is innovation. All this is incorporated to developing or innovating the study program, not only May-Team program. Next slide, please. So when considering everything, current challenges, or so to say, common challenges of raw material sector, new challenges that are coming and are falling. Then the combination of hardcore skills with social skills, entrepreneurship, and innovation skills. We were thinking that it was time for innovative programs that would make a new generation of engineers possible. And those engineers, they are very well equipped with the latest technologies. However, they take the lead and the responsibility of the solutions they are providing. Please, next slide. And so 5 years ago, we set together 9 partners, one common objective, and we were and are still very open to the future. And you remember that the objective was based on common challenges, new challenges, and also the combination of hard skills, soft skills, and managerial entrepreneurship competencies. So please, next slide. We came together with 3 academic partners from Spain, Finland, and Poland. And the program is 2 years. It's a master degree program, 2 universities, 2 countries, and 2 degrees. And currently, we have a cohort that started at LUT University in Finland and will go to UPM Madrid in Spain. I am quite confident that Wrocław University of Science and Technology is joining us from this coming academic year, and we have 3 academic partners actively involved. So please, if you switch to the next slide. Yeah, so you can see that once developing, we came up with this structure. So first year is devoted to common technical skills. Then there are elective courses, and those elective courses are mainly related to innovation management and entrepreneurship. And then for the second year, there is technical specialization. And for example, for these cohort students, it will be sustainable mining, engineering, and then students apply all their knowledge to develop their master thesis projects. Next slide, please. Yes, so you remember that first we sat together, and before we started the program, we were thinking on how to bring all the challenges together. And we came up with the portrait of a future engineer, and we think that maybe engineer graduated from main program can successfully conceive, design, implement, operate, and what is important, facilitate the change and facilitate the process. So next slide. And I would like you, so we were talking about the challenges, common challenges, new challenges, understanding, innovation. However, I would like you to think on what we would like people understand when they, for example, complete their degree. So what is important, what is relevant, and what aspects are covered. So there is no correct answer. It's just for us to think on what is the real issue. And to demonstrate it, I would like you to solve a small exercise. So you may probably know that over 100,000 tons are consumed by gold or silver leaching. And we have 50 grams of cyanide per 1 gram of gold consumed. For example, I believe that many of you may have a golden ring, if not with you now, but at home, or earring, or necklace. So just think about it for a while. So if we have a very, very modest gold ring of 18 carats, how much of cyanide we are bringing together with us? Of course, it has been consumed. However, we are still carrying it. It's on our shoulders. And similar goes to water. So any expectations, maybe who are online, you may type the answer in the chat, or some suggestions from the audience. Of course, I'm not sure if I can hear you, but just provide with some guesses.
200 grams.
200 grams. It's for cyanide.
Yes.
Yeah, and for water? Just any,
100 liter.
100 liters. Okay, so most probably some of you, you have some other guesses.
50 liter. There's a voice from the audience.
This, but the slide. Yes, so the first guess was almost correct. So per one very modest golden ring, we still use 250 grams of cyanide and 900 liters of water. I calculated, of course, it depends on a person. However, it is around 3 months of brushing our teeth. The amount of water is similar. So yes, it's very important to meet common challenges, and it's very important to come up with the solutions to new coming challenges, as well as combine and equip engineers with the skills and competencies that will allow them to solve problems and take responsibility of solving these problems. However, we are also looking for an understanding of what we are doing, why the solutions are needed, why we need to innovate, and what is the impact of innovating the education and later on bringing innovation to processes. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope that you have some ideas and you have some um, impulses towards actions and towards innovation and education. And also remember to check how many rings and knuckles and everything you have and where it comes from and what we can do for that. So thank you very much. It's my great pleasure, and I am ready for questions. However, I don't know if I'm able to hear.
Thank you very much, Maria. I think that we are a little bit over the time, but if there are some short questions. Okay, I don't see any. So once again, thank you very much. And now we are going to the next presentation. The next speaker is Wojciech Kuloza-Kaczan, a product owner from CloudEARThi company.
Hello, everyone. I am Wojciech Kuloza-Kaczan. So today I would like to speak about how we can deal with data and why data is important in geological and mining projects. So I will take you to some story at the beginning, and then I will speak a little bit about our platform and our solution. And at the end, I would like to bring some vision for the future. So I'm really happy to speak today, especially because the conference is backed by the EIT, and we were a part of the booster call. So we are quite close with EIT all of the time. And our team is built of software developers, of researchers, and of course, management, with our leader, Marek, who will be a panelist today. And we are a startup situated here in Wrocław. And our main focus is the platform, which is called CloudEARThi, the same as our brand. So the platform, the aim of the platform is to ingest all of the data that could be consumed for the mineral projects and the mining projects. And we are really happy that we already have our clients. So we are cooperating with the companies from Canada, like 3Point or Kuya Silver. And we developed together projects, remote sensing based projects around the world, in Canada, as well as in the Asia and Africa. And as I said, I would like to start with a short story. So I would like to show you how we are evolving in the mineral exploration. So in 70s and before, the work, the whole, let's say, data was only possible to gather when we were going to the field. And it was the only possible way to gather the data, or of course some books if it's possible. But to get the real data from the specific time, we had to sketch all of that. The maps were developed by hand, by experts, and sometimes it was possible also to fly with a helicopter and gather like really simple orthophoto maps. And you can see the exemplary maps in here. On the right side, we can see like hand-drawn mineral map of the projects. And then we can go further, and 90s, 20s, then we have like digital maps. We have more information, GIS-backed projects, and all of that was visually great and backed again by the data from the field, but also it was possible to get the data from the satellites as well. And currently, this is our platform, and we are able to get the real-time data at any time from any place from the world. Of course, all of the traditional geochemical, geophysical, and other studies, it is necessary, but the first look on the field and the first real-life mineral maps could be gathered from the satellites. And again, the form, you can see the evolution. We started from the sketches, like hand-drawn images, and right now we are switching to platforms, interactive platforms, where you can just put any map that you would like to see. And what's more, through like last 3 or 4 years, we can see this rapid development of Gen AI. So probably every one of you is familiar with ChatGPT and other Geminis. And why is important for the mineral projects? In here is like really long answer, but it is our built chat in our platform. It was backed by the knowledge that we gathered during our projects. So the all knowledge base is not like as unstructured information, but it is really focused on the expertise that we are doing. And how it helps? When you have the projects, you can just put the question there. For example, I have this, and that result in my application. I don't understand that. Please help me to get the information about that. And what it is doing, it helps you to go with the learning curve quite quickly. And you can just really quickly understand what is happening there and analyze. It is, of course, not the same like experts who are working 20, 30 years with the model, but at the beginning, it is really, really helpful. And this is just the summary of what I said. We can see the switch during the years from the traditional approach to the AI-based and backed solutions. And right now, I would like to just quickly go through the possibilities that we are giving with our platform. So firstly, I would like to say that we have more and more satellites on orbit. Many years ago, it was mainly Landsat mission, Aster mission, but currently we can see more, let's say, movement in the space technologies. Also, Europe is quite rapid when we are talking about the space technologies. So we have like Kuva space, we have like VWERN, we have Constellar for the temperature data, and more possibilities to gather the information in the real time. And our platform, CloudEARTHi, is focused to show the region in many perspectives. So we are providing different methods that will show you what is happening there, what patterns you can see, what minerals you can meet when you will go to the field. And I would like to start with the, I think, the most known techniques, so false color composites. So it helps you to give the area a different look by giving different spectral bands to the specific channels of the image. And then we are blending the bands to show you the region in other perspective. So why it is important? Because when you are working with the region, you can look for the patterns there. So for example, in here we can see like the blue and pink color blended. And we know that it is some specific zone of mineralization. The same with others. We can just assign to the specific colors what kind of the geological structures we are dealing with. And the other one is the method for the mineral mapping. So it is like similarity between the tested mineral samples and the pixels. And then we can build like mineral map of the region and show the results in TerraEye, giving the possibility to adjust thresholds and the visualization of the layers. And again, AI is going here to be a tool to support us with the understanding of the region. And before I mentioned the Gen AI, but also we are using supervised and unsupervised machine learning methods. And unsupervised ones are helping us to clusterize the region and show which parts of the region might be spectrally similar. So basically, we are looking for the patterns. And when you are familiar with the region and you see the clusters, you can understand if the structure is only in this place or maybe it is scattered through the region. This is just one simple example. We can also analyze the topography, and we are using Copernicus data for that, and we show like digital surface or digital elevation model, it depends. And from that, we are extracting edges, and again, it is like the next insight for the geologists to understand what is happening in the region. And if we can see some patterns, for example, like linear structures that can be correlated with the geology in this place, and it might be like control place for the geological, like deposit geological formations. We are using also supervised machine learning, as I mentioned, for the, for example, lithological outcrops detection. So we can just label part of the region and then map through the whole place to show the similar structures which are uncovered, which are not covered with the vegetation on other things. And this is just one part of the analysis with the use of satellites. So we have like mineral mapping and mineral exploration, but satellites are quite effective in mapping of the process. So we can go back in time. For example, using Landsat, we can go back to 70s or 80s, and we can see how the region evolved. And it helps us to analyze the impact on vegetation, on water, and all of the things could be analyzed with the use of satellites. And like ground displacements, temperature, surface temperature, and why we see that as an important part. Because the vision and the future that we would like to see is data-driven, AI-supported. It helps us to understand the past and the history of the region, but at the same time, using the time series, we can predict what will happen in the future. So this is my maybe hard statement, but I believe in this digital future when we can easily correlate what is happening physically in the mine and in the geological projects, but at the same time we can follow all of that in our digital twin. And as I said, we are currently in an AI world, and we don't have to be only really scared of this kind of evolution, but we can use it for the good purposes. And our company believes in that, and we are trying to use it as much as possible, and not only allow the machine learning and AI models to be really free, but we are also controlling what is happening there, and we believe that at the end, the decision is made by humans. So if you are interested in our company, please just take a look on our website, and you can easily check the platform for 5 days. there is my and Mark's LinkedIn profile, so you can just take a look. We are posting, I think, 2 or 3 times per week to show the insight from our perspective and the industry, mineral exploration industry in the world. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I am really happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Wojciech, for the very interesting presentation. Do we have any questions?
Thank you for the great presentation. I have 3, if I may. First one would be, if you say supervised AI, does that mean your staff, so your colleagues, you do the picture mapping yourself and include it in the data, or how can I see this? I mean, as we know, there's so many people putting visuals in elsewhere countries like India for for all those models. How do you do this? In your company, do you do this at all? Do you have the resources for this? And where in the region? Is it all of the world, or is it regional focus?
Yeah, so for the supervised machine learning, we have like quite few projects. So I can just bring a few examples. One of them was quite a big project where we are analyzing the possibility to segment mining areas. So we gathered data for, I think, thousands of mines in the world. And it was made by our workers. So we had like big database with the mining areas, and we made the contours of the areas, etc. And when we are talking about the smaller projects in the like local scale, then we are just preparing the labels by ourselves for the client, and then we are using the models to map the similar structures. And sometimes we are using a supervised approach for the mapping of, for example, pegmatites, which are really great for the lithium perspective. So then we gathered the places from the world, from the literature, from the research, and we made our own database. So this is mainly our approach for the supervised machine learning.
And that's the business model, that you then can sell this to interested parties around the globe?
Yep.
For the data, okay. Second, because I'm not from the field, how deep can you go in terms of geological surfaces, hydrogen and others? I don't know, I'm really not from the field, but what's the depth?
Yeah, so we are analyzing top surface.
Okay. And last but not least, quantum. Do you use quantum technology by any?
No.
Is that a field that you look into, or it doesn't make sense, or?
We didn't consider that at that time. Maybe Mark, do you have more information from the business side? But from our R&D, we were not going deeper with that.
We can discuss that.
I have a short question about the IB. Are you try to get an IB for this models, or?
You're talking about the intellectual property? Yeah, so some of the models are like our own properties, so we are like really strict with that. We are not selling the models, we are selling the results.
You like applied for IB for the models? So you have IB for models, or?
It depends which, but what we are using is like our own, and it's yeah, proprietary.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
First, thanks for presentation. It's just technical question about the resolution of self for mineral exploration for the mapping. How about it? How about the insertions? How you can verify in the field base with the map you do?
So the validation process of that, this is something iterative with the clients. So firstly, what we are giving is, for example, the spectral similarity. So we say that this specific pixel is similar to the reference mineral from the lab. And this is the information that we can give to our client. And then if he decides to go to the field, he can like validate that. And we are getting the validation from the field in this manner. But also what we can do, when we have the information from the field, then we can use it for the analysis. So then it's like mapping of what we already have in the field. So for example, we have some place where we have like proven existence of hematite. And then we are taking this pixel as a reference and we are mapping similar pixels around this area. So the method is proven by research, and the results that we have are proven by our clients.
So the mainly the clients they prove and makes a field base for your model. You are not doing by yourself.
No, we are not doing that by ourselves. We, at the beginning of the development, we had a project in Chile, so that was our test for the validation at the really beginning.
So what was the percentage of success between your model and the field base for your project until now?
I don't think I can give a number, like specific number, because it's a quite complicated case when we are talking about the number of targets that we are developing and the works that are done, because the process is quite long when we talk about the validation. So I don't have like percentage of the places that were validated. So I cannot give you this number.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wojciech. And now I would like to invite the next speaker, Agata Juzik, a board member from NRS BNR.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. I'm very, very pleased that I'm here at this university, technical university I have been cooperating with for many years, but not as an ASBNR. I have been working here in my previous professional life. And when I was preparing for today's presentation, I did what every sort of diligent presenter would do. So I, in the room of experts in the innovation in the raw material field, I started reading reports and preparing, charts and slides. But then I thought that I will stop dating ChatGPT as well and just try to explain you how the work of everyday life of a recycling company looks like, because we are innovative, but we struggle, and this is something I think worth also telling about. And I have to do that. Thank you. So just to be clear, I am not an engineer at all, but I have been in the sector for long enough to understand that innovation are not always developed in the research lab or academic incubators sometimes, and quite often they are born at the intersection of new regulations, customer pressures, changes in the market, or technical challenges or breakdowns where the problems needs to be fixed not tomorrow but now, and the stress is very overwhelming sometimes, because as a manager of the company you are not only responsible for achieving the results but also for your team and for the financial results, and this is a very competitive market. So just a step back and the context. Raw material safety is not only one of the crucial sectors of European economy, as the foundation of all the sectors. We will not have green transition without raw materials. We will not have digital transition. We will not have the defense sector that should develop without rare earths and other raw materials. So this is crucial. And we have to be aware that Europe consumes 25% of global raw material, but explores only 5%. So this is a strategic topic that we should address in the near future. And one of the answers to that challenge is, of course, secondary resources and the secondary raw material sector. The demand will increase. We'll see about the economy, but we see that with everything what is predicted on the market, and with the sector that are becoming even more crucial now with the climate crisis and the political and geopolitical crisis, we will need more and more raw materials, and this is where Europe needs to, I think, even rethink their own strategies. Urban mining is, of course, a partial answer to this challenge. Last week we have attended, together with some of you, Professor Zimros was there, the International Mining Congress in Lubin, and we have given an example that in the ore that is explored very close by, in 1 ton, you will find between, I would say, 6 to 15 kilograms of copper. In 1 ton of lithium-ion batteries, you will have around 70 kilograms of iron copper, and you don't have to dig it out from the 1 kilometer down. You have it up there, and all you have to do is to efficiently extract the metals and then, of course, turn it into metals that could be used again for production of cathode materials or any other economic use. So this is the answer, and this is where we come. My company, NRSBNR Batteries and Recyclings, belong to a Polish group that deals with waste management. Our mission is to protect soil, air, and water, and the installation and the investment in lithium battery recycling was also the answer to the challenges that we are all facing. And I have been involved in developing this installation from the very beginning, meaning acquiring all the environmental and administration permits, securing the land, renovating the buildings, procuring the installation, making the installation stand and getting the final approval from all the entities and authorities. And this is only when the problem started, when we had everything and we have built a team, because we are dealing with waste, and waste are dirty, they are mixed, they are unsorted, they are unclear what you are dealing with. So everything you do, especially when it comes to such a unstable and risky product like lithium battery, it has to be individually stock inventoried. You have to closely look at every batch of material, every type of material you are getting. You have to learn it. You have to put out fires, both metaphorical and literal, and then you learn with your team how to deal with that in a safe way and in the efficient way. So this is what we have been doing since 2019. At the moment, we have reached the first stage of the project, while we can produce a very high quality of black mass, meaning the mixture that contains nickel and cobalt and lithium and graphite, and copper and aluminum and polymers that then go to RDF. The second stage will be to go for hydrometallurgy, so that we could keep the black mass in Europe, because as you probably are aware of the fact that there are no really proper scale hydrometallurgical plants in Europe yet, and the cathode materials are produced outside of Europe. So anything that happens with the regulations that are being stricter must be followed by actions that will support companies like ours. And here are the challenges. First, the economy. We are companies that are competing not only on the European, but on the global market. And different types of batteries will give different types of outcome. When it comes to NMC, meaning batteries that contain nickel, cobalt, and lithium, we can make some profit because you evaluate the black mass like you evaluate metals. So we are getting paid for the black mass that we are producing. When it comes to LFP, so the batteries that will take over the market, the question is who will pay for recycling? There are no lithium, proper lithium recycling facilities in Europe. And we are competing with a very cheap primary material that comes from different sources outside of Europe. So this is a huge problem, and of course, something that I hope also EIT Raw Materials and other organizations that are supporting this sector will take into account. So do you remember probably that lithium reached the peak price of, I think, almost 80,000 euro per ton, and within not even 2 years, it dropped below 10. This is the reality we are dealing with, and this is the reality when you have to plan your business. You have to make an investment, and you have to acquire your permits. So you plan something, and then it takes you 3 to 5 years to get your environmental decision and then your administrative decision. And then within these years, the market is completely different. And in the permit, as some of you know, you have to identify the waste codes that may change, the storage zones that may change, the regulations for the fire protection. And again, the changes and the adoptions of the permits takes years again. So this is something that is not aligned still in the in Polish and European economy, but should be, because we have a new law, we have a Critical Raw Material Act, which is a very good step. We have the new battery regulations that forces to recover lithium and other metals and then use them again in the production of batteries and other metals. We just need to have this, how to say, regulations that will help companies like us be as agile as the market is. And of course, the third challenge, there are more, but I just chose 3. These are technological challenges. So we need to find a way to set up quickly efficient and agile installation, hydro and others, direct processing of cathode material that will allow us to treat these materials in Europe. We need to think of safe and more automatic and digital ways of identifying the waste, because this is something we are dealing with on a daily basis. We are getting mixed of materials. Our company is the only company that can treat in Poland, that can treat all sorts of lithium-ion materials. And there are a few lines that cannot sort and identify the streams. So all the digital technologies that will help us here are needed. But the question is, again, we are a team of 25 people. We are working daily to survive on a very competitive market. We need to make at least as much revenue to cover our cost. I have taken part in one project that was granted by European Commission. And it's a small project. We are just an industrial partner, and I don't have people who will fill in the paperwork. This is a struggle for a company like us, and not probably only us. This is something that also should be addressed, because we need frequent external support. We need somebody who would challenge us. We need experts. We need partners. We need some time for, just speaking about the challenges. I love the open innovation. We have done it, but when I was in this huge giant that produces copper, we had time and resources to do it. I don't have it now, and I wish we could also be part of that. So this is something I would like also to point out. We need technical universities, we need institutes to help us to develop, but we need to remember that in the market where we are competing with China, with the countries that are less regulated, to put it mildly, as we, it is a challenge. So just the key conclusions, because the topic was still about innovation. And this is what I have learned not only here in BNR, but also before in my life, that the more versatile your team is, the better. And with the startup, I have been including my financial controller, my lawyers to challenge everything we do. And I was poking around, even though I am not an engineer, sadly, and asking questions, because sometimes a random basic question may turn things around, or help or facilitate the team to think differently, or to look at the problem from a different perspective. I have learned to empower my team. If they have responsibility, they own the process, they deliver better results, and they feel also the success in a very different way. It is very motivating. And we need to be very agile and very flexible and very adaptive, because we are living in this VUCA and bunny world, brittle and anxious and non-linear and incomprehensive. This is our reality. And the survivors will be those who are able to really absorb the shocks and are, to be flexible and resilient. And this is what I wish you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Very, very inspiring also in terms of innovation as you presented from your perspective. I was wondering, you mentioned, of course, and that's what the European Commission is working on in the next framework agreement. I really hope so, because we are already working so hard as well on our side to make it easier in terms of the paperwork and to support, also on the research side. Actually, it's really a lot, of course, in terms of resources used to apply for projects and then receive little amounts only. But from your perspective, what would help? What would be the very one thing you need now, in terms of funding from the European Commission, or in general, and anything else? What would be the most leveraged item to be successful?
I think I would say two things instead of one. First, a very operational support during the preparation of the concept and the paperwork. And this is something we are getting from our partners, university partners, but sometimes it is not enough, especially when the team is so small. So this is one thing. So that I would find very helpful. And the second is timing. So, if you put this effort and you try and you apply and then you wait, I'm not saying about EIT, but because we are planning on actually applying in August, yes. But other like funds from regional resources on our National Research Center, you're waiting for 6 or 9 months for the result, and then it takes 3 months to sign the contract. And in your mind and in your business case, you are in a very different moment, and so the timing is crucial as well.
So you define the call, so this is the answer. Yes, Wrocław Tech is ready to collaborate with you as usual. We know each other for years, and I'm not sure if you are familiar that Agata was in the team that was trying to set up the key raw materials. So yeah, so she's very familiar with that. Yeah, we have a long history of collaboration, and of course, I was the lucky man to visit your company. And this is what I'm trying always to declare. Even if this is not the offer for our faculty, we have a very good team at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering that could help, how to make this production line automatic or even robotized. So there is a lot of things we can discuss, we can collaborate, and I'm happy to hear that you are going to apply for the projects. We are ready first to be with you, to help you to write the proposal, and to do the job after that, if you will win. And for sure, this is also the suggestion to you, Jan. This is the direction we can really do something important. I know that they are very motivated, and the need, the social need and business need is very clear, and the impact could be very high. And they still survive, so probably there is the very good direction for investment and for supporting them. And of course, the EU project is just one of the story, one part of the story. We can go also for these national funds. And you mentioned about the team, so probably we will talk about that again later. But we have set up the master program for urban mining. So we are trying also to impact the society and to create people able to work in that field later. So thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you once again. And now it's time for the last presentation in this very first part of today's event. I would like to invite Michał Frycz from Marshal Office of the Lower Silesian Voivodeship, Head of Innovation Department.
Thank you very much. So I have a hard task after Agata's speech and presentation. So as a representative of Boring Incorporated, the Marshal's Office of Lower Silesia, I would like to say a few words about the Lower Silesian innovation ecosystem and also the challenges, opportunities regarding the existence of the ecosystem and how we as a Lower Silesia region perceives it. Can I have a pilot? Okay. I think I used the right button. Okay. Yeah, so starting from the basis, I'm the head of innovation unit for about 6 years. So a long time. I had an opportunity to work on the new Lower Silesia innovation strategy till 2030. As you can see here on the board, the whole idea was included in the strategic objectives. Here we have 4 of them, and the implementation of the vision of the strategy. First, we worked on the diagnosis for the strategy in 2019, 2020. It was quite a hard task also because it was during the pandemic, so the process was quite long. But finally, in 2021, we implemented the new strategy for the new decade. As you can see, there are 4 strategic objectives that we have encountered. Increasing the role of innovation in the regional economy, strengthening cooperation between the Lower Silesian entities, internationalization is very important, and also strengthening pro-innovation skills and attitudes. These are the things that, based on diagnosis and based on the expert knowledge, we found out that's most important for the document and also for improving the innovation skills and innovation environment in our region. So basically Lower Silesia is one of the emerging innovator in this regional innovation scoreboard. We are about 160th place, so it's not so nice, let's put it like this. But still in Poland, we are on the sometimes 3rd, sometimes 4th, sometimes 5th place, it depends. And that's why we have still a lot to do, not only we as a region, but also we as a representative of this innovation ecosystem that deals with the issue. It includes also the University of Science and Technology and also other universities and enterprises that we collaborate with. This is the process, the strategic level, operational level, how it works in our region. It's maybe not so important. What is important is that we have this something called group of experts and also working groups for smart specialization. I will just, in the next slide, I will identify these specializations for you, but these are very important things because thanks to these working groups, we have this contact, this constant contact with the environment in the region. So we identified 7 smart specializations in 2021 in our new strategy. There are 4 kind of a, let's say, normal specialization: chemistry and medicine, machinery and equipment, automotive, aerospace, natural and recycled raw materials. And these are also for horizontal specialization. We had one before in our previous strategy. It was called IT, but then we decided that IT is, is in every smart specialization. So probably we will concentrate on this free one, Industry 4.0, Green Deal, and also something which we call life assisted by technology. We, as a unit, as an innovation unit, we also deal a lot with the European projects, especially Interreg projects, Interreg Europe, Interreg Central Europe, and also the cooperation with Saxony that, it lasted for, in fact, now for decades. These are the some specific Interreg projects that we were part of, like CIRCA, European Regions Towards Circular Economy, Mine Life, and also REMIX. I've chosen this one because they are connected with the circular economy team and also with mining, because our topic of today's meeting is mining and also innovation, but basically we are also involved in other Interreg projects, but these are connected with today's topic. So as you can see here in this slide, the main thing is working on the strategy from our perspective, and also bringing the public to the mining topic and the circular topic. Because, for example, when we started the CIRCA project, which was in Interreg Europe, and the leader was Lombardy. We also cooperate with Catalonia and other European regions. The topic of circular economy 2016, 2017 was really not known in Poland, for example. And that's why it was also very important. It's an educational issue, just to teach our Lower Silesian entities what is circular economy. So basically, I would say that we as an emerging region, we are always not ahead of the wave, but we are just trying to be on the wave, but still it's like being this emerging innovator. It's not like a strong innovator. Our role as a region is also to educate people and entities what are these strange things and teams like, for example, like circular economy. This is one of the main issue I would just try to also say during our discussion. And as you can see, REMIX Mine Life is also were also the projects that we were involved. There were projects that deals with mining, and also the development of competences of mining institutions, and also this thing of conflict management, because it's very important in mining regions like Lower Silesia to deal with the conflict that erupts sometimes due to the to the whole mining process and so on. I would just skip to some projects that we as a region are as a region, as a department responsible for innovation, for the economy. We're having in Lower Silesia, one of these very important is the Going Global 4.0, and it's basically on the internationalization topic. As I mentioned, was one of our goals in the strategy. And as you can see in the project, we have 28 trips planned for 2024 and 25 for our best innovative companies from the region. So the basic the project objectives is the internationalization. So as you can see, the idea is to take the entrepreneurs to the trade fairs here in the 2024 as you can see, in Madrid, in Dubai, in Amsterdam, Tokyo, Toronto. So not only in Europe, but also in other places in the world. And these are the trade fairs planned for 2025. It includes, for example, Viva Technology that is now going on in Paris, and next week we're going to also to Paris to the Paris Air Show with our leading entrepreneurs. Riga Food, Space Tech in Bremen, and also ETM day in Chile. So basically, we have open calls for our entrepreneurs, and then it depends. Sometimes there are 10, sometimes 20 of them going with us to the trade fairs. And this is the project Innowacyjny Dolny Śląsk, Innovative Lower Silesia. This is the project that I'm responsible for, and I was also responsible for preparing it, and I'm kind of the leader of the project. And as you can see, the main project objective and the strengthening of R&D potential in the region, but also this, I would say, also internationalization, but also this deepening the cooperation between entities in Lower Silesia. It also includes monitoring and evaluation of the strategic process in the region. And these are the activities planned for 2025 and 26. There are some promotional activities, like, for example, short films, short movies that will promote Lower Silesia innovative activities. And also, as I mentioned, the support for the internationalization for our enterprises, study visits abroad and in Poland, especially to more innovative, let's say, regions in Poland, like, for example, Mazovia and Małopolska, in the smart specialization topics, especially IoT, Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, and so on. And also the expert group and smart specialization working group meetings. And also we are having this so-called Lower Silesia Innovation Forum for 2025. It will deal with the aviation and space issues and space enterprises in our region. We are also on social media, the Innowacyjny Dolny Śląsk on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And we are having this so-called entrepreneurial discovery process. I mentioned about going global for all. I mentioned also the innovative Lower Silesia, but there are a lot of other things that we, with the limited capacity, let's say, but even with this limited capacity, we're trying to, work with our entities, work with entrepreneurs, or working with universities, also with NGOs and so on. And and promote the idea of smart specialization, promote the idea of innovativeness in the region. We are having, for example, this meeting with the entrepreneurs in each powiat, and what I can say is that the attendance is very high. So basically these are the main things that I'm sorry, that was the last slide. So basically, these are the main things that we're doing now. There are a lot of others, but as everyone knows, the presentation should be short, not long. So thank you very much, and open for the discussion after the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We still have some time for questions. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Michał. Very interesting and good that Lower Silesia is developing. I would like just to go back to this entrepreneurial discovery process. Is this a tool or an approach that you have developed on your own within a team, and what will be this about?
The EDP process is something which was, let's say, invented by the European Commission. So, in fact, the EDP process should be going on in every region, in every state. And, we use this term, but it simply means that we need to be in a constant cooperation with these main innovative institutions in our region. Like, for example, university, like I'm here now presenting what we are doing as a region, but also with leading, corporations, with leading SMEs. I mean, we as a region, I have to say that we concentrate more on the SMEs, yes, because the big companies, like, for example, KGHM, they are more with connection with the state. Yes, that's obvious. But we are trying to do as best as we can to cope with the startups, with with the even the micro companies, but also this small and medium size. And also, which is very important, is helpful for us, is this concept of smart specialization. Because we know that we should identify these enterprises in this manner, of smart specialization. So the EDP process is in fact something which is called by European Commission, which we were doing before, but now it's identified as such.
Any other?
Thank you, Vijay. I would be interested in best practice. So if you say you work closely with the SMEs in the region, and then of course you work closely with the universities, is there a module or a tool where you say, okay, you open up a faculty product or service that they can provide, so research product in terms of they can analyze something and that's the cost for it, to those SMEs, or how do you bring them together, other than in regular projects where of course there's funding involved and
Well, I have to say that as I mentioned, we have kind of a limited capacity. I mean, we as a Department of Economy, and me specifically as the head of the unit, we're more responsible of this EDP process of smart specialization, strategic things, and evaluation process and so on. And there is also a different department which is strictly responsible for European funds and also for all of this process of funding, especially in such regions like Lower Silesia and other, I would say, emerging regions in Poland. The ERDF funding is 80–90% that we use for the innovation. If your question was about this kind of a blueprint, this I would say that, for example, in Lower Silesia, what we have achieved, it is mainly Wrocław. I would say it's a pity, but it looks like this. Is this smart? I mean, not smart, but this startup community that emerged in Wrocław, and it's really something big because, of course, Warsaw is at the top. But Wrocław is kind of the medium-sized city, is the second in Poland, and this startup community just deals with IoT, with Industry 4.0, computer science, but also like things like, for example, deep tech. So I would say that the startup community in Wrocław is something that we can be proud of and present in Europe. But if you're asking me about other parts, other sub-regions in Lower Silesia, I think that this is still an issue. I would say that we're dealing with these problems coming from, example, in Wałbrzych region. We have this Just Transition Fund that is implemented there, and there are resources for the region, and it's going on with these post-mining issues, yes, because, for example, in Wałbrzyski region in 2003, we had something like 40% unemployment. Now it's about 6%, so it's going down significantly, but still, I would say that if we are talking about innovativeness, and something that we can be proud and say in Europe, okay, this is something that we can share with you, I would say that this startup community is probably the best thing that we can now, present. This is the sometimes hard truth. But still, we are an emerging innovators. So this is not like, like a kind of a region that is leading in these branches. We are, for example, in some projects that I mentioned these 3 projects, but also we as a region, we're having different projects, not only in Interreg programs, but we're still as a region, someone who is a partner, not a leader. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Now it is time Now it is time for a coffee break, and we go back at 12 for the panel discussion. Yes.
Idę do drugiego budynku, za 15 minut jestem. Dobra, w porządku.
So hi, my name is Lubomir. I represent Reading University in Germany and a business school, ESP Business School. I joined this conference because our university is part of the Foreign Pipe project, and now the Foreign Pipe project number 2. So we started initially with 4 universities a few years back, the University of Helsinki, Kiev Academic University, University of Reutlingen, and Zagreb School of Economic Management, and now we expanded the cooperation. I was asked, what does sustainability mean for me? Sustainability means for me a concept which helps us to create a better place, where we can still have economic development, we can increase economic development, but also do not do harm, but restore what we already destroyed. So sustainability to me is not sustaining the things how they are, but also regenerating. So regenerating ecosystem, regenerating societies, regenerating the world we live in. So sustainability is for me equals the word regeneration. Also, I was asked what is a good, sustainable, eco-friendly idea. So I'm interested in biomimicry, nature-inspired innovation, and there are in this sphere of industry, in this work, there are a lot of interesting innovations. So now I'm thinking about the marine life, and I'm thinking about oceans. And one of the biggest problems in the oceans are that the coral reefs are destroyed. And I've heard about a startup which creates from a concrete, a special kind of concrete, systems and structures which mimic the coral reefs. And then it's very easy for the marine life, for fishes, and for animals inside of the oceans to live in those structures, and the coral reefs have a space where they can dock on the reefs and grow faster. Also, a very good innovation for me is anything that is done with the seaweed. Seaweed is a very magical, basically magical plant. They absorb CO2. They can be used as food. They can clean water. So I think anything what is done with seaweed is a very interesting concept, very relevant for all. Thank you very much. Is it okay? Okay. Super. Remind me of the position.
Я перепрошую, я не вчила.
Проректор з трансферу технологій і як ви не знаєте, що таке можна ми вас, будь ласка, швидесечко візьмемо? За рогом два. Дуже плюсів не треба. Ні, я можу просто... Скажи, що ти дуже рада бути на цій конференції. Я не рада. Що? Давай запишемо тебе взагалі. Мене записувати не треба, я понятна, яка бігає позаду і
Так, просто у нас без всяких, нам не кажуть, це проректор. Просто кажуть, це Галя, і все.
це буде наш наступний спікер. Ну, не спікер, а інтерв'юер. Мама. Давай. Ти третій день прокрастинуєш. Я в тебе вірю, ти справишся.
Я не прокрастиную.
Знаєш, ніхто так в тебе не вірить, як я в тебе не вірю.
Не вірю?
Так. Це все таки є. Це не помилка.
Надо, це завдання.
Поснимали всех, кто живой. Ну, это показать массовку, что у нас тут все очень хорошо и все счастливы.
Не дві людини, а трошки більше.
Да.
А це я йому хоче не буду.
Господи, боже, ж нам час. які ми мали від. Нічого мені не треба його просто довести до кінця, перекласти і запустити.
Так, а може інтерв'ю перше чи що?
А це все робиться паралельно. Ми бачимо, просто потім я ж пішов фотографувати, Оксана зараз підготує і буде все по інформації. Я зараз запущу під час.
Питайте мене щось.
А може, як у вас справи?
Як у вас справи? Ні, як вам ця які ваші враження?
Як ви думаєте, як ця конференція вплине на подальшу співпрацю з ТІЯ?
Чи знайшли ви якісь корисні контакти, які можна залучити до конференції?
Тобі такої то може не питаємо кого?
Ми не знайшли кого, ми знайшли, чи знайшли ви те, що шукали?
Меседжі це через того, що я вчора казала.
З доповіді.
Ці ветерані, коли там фейсбук.
Ну, кажіть, що у вас питати.
Так я не знаю, знаєш, компліменти, що п'єш. Що, здрасте, от у нас такі челенджі, так чому можна? Ми ж підписалися. Але з якою ви цілістю? Який проєкт запустити? Але ж не український. Проєкт. Ні, але український. Так. Яким чином? Яким чином тренінг так талент? Що ми можемо далі в Україні наприклад, якщо очікуємо міжнародної співпраці? О, похвалюся я у нас всегда было тренинг слова. А який у вас університет? Science, Entrepreneurship, Technology, Cybersecurity and AI. Як туди вступити? Хочеш? Що? Тобі питає, а хто може платний? Хотіла запитати, як туди вступити, тепер бачиться, що там буде платно, як не дорого.
Ні, ну насправді
Це однозначно платно, це ж магістратура у всяких там... Тобто це не з першого курсу? Ні.
Як у нас впав, теж не
Багато років не проводимо. Де практики, розгляду там ексцесла?
Дивись, Оксана, тільки на початку представляєш себе, мене звуть так, та-та-та, я тут представляю компанію, університет, стартап.
От ти і задала мені питання.
Від кого тебе сюди посилали?
Ти сама послала.
Добре, Віта. Прийшла поїсти, так?
Ну, взагалі,
Я розумію,
це єдина радість вообще.
ми теж так працюємо в Академії медіа. Якщо годують, ми прийдемо, якщо ні, то... Скажіть, вам треба чи не дуже? Тобі треба, я там рано? Добре, я поряд. Так що кричи?
Звук я виключила чи так? Я возле вас, ладно, покладу? А руки видно, ні? Do you see my hands?
Він не розуміє.
Українською краще, або польською.
Руки видно.
Рук, like this. So you see my, ви бачите мої руки, так? Ні? Так? Добре. А знімати сидя не можна?
Ні, дивись, на фоні цього красиво.
Чому ти на фоні сидіть?
Там буде більше.
Good? Okay. Hello, my name is Oksana Zamora. I represent here Science, Entrepreneurship, Technology University from Kyiv. We are a university which is focused on cybersecurity and AI, and we are very happy to be present here. We are entering a new project funded under the AIT High Education Initiative, which is named Knowledge Rise, and this is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate the expertise which we have in cybersecurity, and it's really special. As you know, Ukraine is the most attacked country in Ukraine, and the real world experience which we have is something valuable, and we're happy to share it.
more about the digital services, or yeah, about us general information.
And where are you located now? Are you
Yes, we are associated with Academy of Science.
And we have this amazing thing that we are accelerating the startups, not only from Poland or Ukraine, but also from Kosovo. So now you're reaching a new territory. So this is the originality of our project.
And you said triple crown, because that means a lot, because I'm also from the business world, and I know what triple crown is.
Okay,
so you are in what?
Katowice University, the Department of Management and Network Societies.
And it's triple crown?
Yes, of course. There in Poland, we have two business schools there that triple crown. The first one is Warsaw School of Economics. Then we have the University of Warsaw Management Department, and then we are the private business school. And we were the first one.
Located in Warsaw.
Located in Warsaw. Yeah. So what?
And what's your
Mine, it is about networking. It's about
in the higher education institute.
yes. Okay. So we are doing this concept of smart creativity and smart cooperation based on the MIT professors and universities concept that we are that is like the political cooperation. So stands for collaborative innovation networks. So we are trying to change the mindset of engineers like this one to be more cooperative, to be more open when it comes to communication of the results. So of course, it's like
that's where you are.
we also okay. Yeah. So we've gone all the way to commission because they're unique. And Professor Johan Michael is like the huge fan of European technology and innovation. So yes, everybody else, all the schools were taken. So we entered the consortium on the very last one, the last call ever, and so everybody was there. So now we are with a good school from France that now they are opening again. So SK, the French school, the good France. Oh, yes, so of course, we have my program, so my program is management and artificial intelligence. So we have PA at the main level, and PA level is
Yesterday was here, but a lot of people to go, only Monica. Monica and from Alex, also digital company, the moment, but so you started yesterday officially? Yes, we started yesterday because of
This is the way we work that we empower all the institutions. So there's no So we are, I think, the end of the staff. We actually, it's like one of the more that we are so yeah, I'm a full faculty member, but also we are that's why like I was so sad when I talked to my friends from Germany that this consulting is very actually you want to knowledge by work business.
But they actually should also do it because that's, I mean, it's thought that they also are practitioners, but they need to be practitioners before, not at the same time when they become employees.
We like labeling things in Poland. We call them academics, practitioner plus academic. And when you see the profile of my university, I will add your send you the invitation LinkedIn. You will see that we will see friends because they're business people. But this is our first project for the Spain. Yes. And it's like totally new. Of course. Okay, so impact factor level at the start, and he coordinates one of the campus just about. Yeah, okay. Okay. I will just no.
maybe we put very shortly discuss some interconnection between our project.
Maybe later. It's like we're fine.
The higher education is really there to support
I would like to invite all to the Dean's Room. We are going to start the panel discussion in a minute.
But no, just from today, from my presentation, maybe there was a good picture that I can use for the post. Okay, no, no, it's fine.
Or I should. Well, you can just call for the station.
So, hello, after the break, now is the time for the panel discussion, intersectoral cooperation driving innovation, sustainable development, and entrepreneurship. I would like to invite the moderator of this panel, Tamer Abu Alam, the CloudEARThi Initiative Coordinator.
Thank you very much. So thank you, everyone, and I would like to invite our panelists to the main scene. So we have Agata Yuzik. So please. Mark Folski, yes, please. Radu Simrus. Yep, made it. Mikhail, please. And finally, Jan Yeager, please. I think that's all. Good. So, hello everyone. So now we start the final and I think the most important panel because as you know, CloudEARTHi actually is based around the ecosystem, building collaboration among different stakeholders and so on. And this panel actually is around this topic, like how we can build a strong ecosystem between the different stakeholders. And if Agada allow me to steal some word from her presentation, you said that the survivor who will absorb the shock. And in order to absorb the shock, either startup or company or university, we need to come together and we need to strengthen ourselves. So from this point, actually, I would like to start the discussion with, like, Europe in general try to position herself or itself as a global leader in sustainable innovation. But if I asked you, Agada, and this actually is a question for all the panelists, from your point of view, for example, as a startup or as EIT raw material or as government or academic, like from your sector perspective, what are the biggest strategic shifts each sector, need to do in order to accelerate this collaboration among the different stakeholders?
So from my perspective as a person who manages two companies within a group that deals with waste management. So this is like this managerial, perspective from somebody who is in the operations, trying to survive on a daily basis and still develop and still address the challenges of modern world and our society and economy. I would say that it's important that we communicate in diverse teams. So it's very easy to speak with somebody who has the same opinion or works closely on the things you kind of deal with on a daily basis, shares your point of view or opinions. We call it now also in this political sort of context, our own bubble. I believe that what is important is to meet people who are from different sectors, who work differently, who have different business model, because this is something that can trigger an idea or inspire or challenge you as a manager or a person who is responsible for development. I remember we used to have this kind of conversations when I was working for this mining company about how to, in a more efficient, energy efficient way, tackle the toughness of our rocks in the mine. And we have been meeting with people who are experts in laser jets, water laser jets, doctors who actually deal with stones in your kidneys, people who do plasma, and just traditional mechanical excavations. And these discussions that were not very comfortable for everybody were, very interesting and often led to ideas of how to combine something or how to do something differently. There was another idea of, not idea, but another approach that we have also used, and it's very similar to this open innovation approach. We have identified also a problem, and then we have hired 3 universities who were kind of competing, but also collaborating and to solve the problem. So we briefed them, then they went home, they worked, then they needed to meet up and discuss and share the results. And it was difficult for them because they were competing for the prize, but still there was another reward for the team who would share the knowledge best. So they kind of, needed to strategically choose what they would do. But this meeting, this sort of midterm meeting, was very important, and it turned out that they have sort of we call it fertilized themselves and re-inspired and kind of challenged. And then in the end, it turned out that the best idea came from a PhD students, even though you had professors and doctors and there, who actually looked in a nuclear industry and brought the idea to the mining industry or refining. So this is something I believe is one of the things, because it's not only, but one of the things I would maybe state for the beginning.
Yeah, actually, I would like to give a comment for the audience. Yesterday, you was not in the panel discussion yesterday, yeah. So actually, Agatha adding another layer for yesterday discussion about inclusivity and diversity. Yesterday, we was discussing inclusivity and diversity and how it's important, and we was looking from the point of view underrepresentative group, women, people from like different backgrounds and so on. But actually you are adding another layer to this, the importance of inclusion of different stakeholder, different sector into the research. So, yeah. So Mark, so from your point of view, what's the strategic shift we need to do?
Well, that's a tough question to answer, because the world is moving really, really fast. And you've been saying that Europe would like to be regarded as being in the forefront of sustainable development. That's, from one side, true. From my perspective of founder of a startup, that is being in the area of sustainable development for the exploration and also monitoring of operations, I need to say it's not true. Why? Because currently my startup has about 150 customers worldwide, and only 3 companies are from Europe.
Okay.
So this is not true, basically. So there is a state what we think and how we are regarding about ourselves, and then what we do. And also being a part of the system in Europe, I see that our system of funding innovation and also sustainability is completely broken. This is something I believe that Agatha said, that from putting out the project for review to get to the point where you're getting funding for this project, the 1 year, it's really fast. Then usually it will take 2-3 years to have some documents, and already world moved well, couple of miles ahead, if you are talking about mining. Looking across the pond and looking at how the startups are working with the government, either it's US or Canada or even Chile or Peru, you are not getting grants, you're getting contracts. So you can have 5, 7, 10 companies being contracted for the same thing. And they will deliver solutions, and basically at the end of the road, the best solution will win. and they've got contract guaranteed. And this is connected to the also the ecosystem of startups, because when you're talking with investor and you're showing that you've got contract with the US government, they're saying, wow, this is something big. And then you're showing a contract with the European government, and they're saying, nah, it doesn't really count, because they know that eventually, at some point of time, you will not be awarded the further work with the European government, because someone else will compete with the price with you. And guys, let's look at the maybe a space example. You've got the NASA that is awarding contracts for SpaceX, for Boeing, for Blue Origin. And Boeing, being biggest out of them, is not winning the award. The winning is the best solution, which comes from the SpaceX, and it works, basically. And in Europe, we've got this problem with the very complicated system of grants, with the very complicated governance of the governmental contracts. That takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort. I'm leading a small organization, so we've got 15 people. So dealing with the government would require us to build a separate company with the 15 people that is dealing only with the government. So only biggest companies can afford that. And going back to answer your question, so there is a shift. So you can see in the Middle East, so you've got the Gulf countries that are putting more and more financing into mineral sector, and they want to put themselves in between China, the US, so creating their own bubble, so trying to do the same thing that they've done with the oil, so have a word in there and generate money. And at this point of time, what Europe is doing. So we've got a vision 2030. By 2030, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia will buy all of the worthy African reserves, and there will be nothing left for Europe. So that's one shift. Another shift, so I don't like it, but it's happening. So undersea mining and searching for the minerals. So that's, I think, much more closer than the space exploration and the space resources utilization, although European Space Agency has a European Space Resources Innovation Center in Luxembourg, and they're planning to send a lot of automated machines to the moon to bring some stuff from the moon. But looking at what US government is doing, the undersea exploration and undersea resource exploitation, I believe will happen much sooner, if they're not stopped, of course. And basically, let's say once again, what we think about Europe and what Europe does, it's two different things. So even if we want to be sustainable, we do not have tools and power to say stop to US, to say stop to China, to anyone else that would like to exploit the oceans and the sea they've got close to their borders. So yeah, so I see those shifts.
Yeah. So we can summarize this like maybe bureaucratic. We have a lot of bureaucratic things here in Europe that can work as a barrier for us.
Yeah, and they are. So they are barriers. So
yes. One of them.
Yeah.
One of the barriers. Yes. So actually, I forgot to introduce our panelists. Actually, so Agatha actually is the board member for NRI's P&R. Mark is the CEO for CloudEARThi. So we had like a very nice presentation from CloudEARThi just before the panel. Rado actually is representing our host, so the academia. So Rado is the Dean of the Faculty of Geoengineering, Mining and Geology at Varslo University of Science and Technology. Mikhail actually represents the government sector. So head of the innovation department at Marshall Office of the Lower Sicilian. And Jan, the head of business development, EIT raw material. So we can say, Jan, it's sort of business plus like authority, something like this, yes. Well, Rado, from your point of view, what do you think about this big shift that we need to do in order to help ourselves for this cross-sector collaboration?
Thank you for the question. We know these questions before to clarify the situation, and I spent a little bit of time to understand what I should reply for your question. And I have recognized two issues. One issue is that you stated that EU or Europe is the global leader in the raw materials market, and I'm not pretty sure if I can agree with that. For centuries, indeed, Europe was the mentor, the inventor, the manager of raw materials sector for years. But nowadays, you know, for example, the coal production for China for one day is bigger than for a whole year in Poland. So I have noticed a serious shift. And I can tell you that we had a discussion because the market in Europe is decreasing. So we had a discussion with some famous professors in Poland. Let's go abroad, let's go out of Europe, let's go to China. We will transfer our knowledge. And some of them said that, no, it's too late. It's too late. To China, we can go to learn, not to teach. So we have to do something immediately. Otherwise, the tradition for mining industry, the knowledge, the technologies we have, it will not be so, let's say, spectacular as before. And this is the place we should say thank you very much to EIT Raw Materials, because what you did, guys, is really significant impact to change the way of thinking in Europe. And this is about the networking, this is about the promotion, this is about the research projects, about education, and so on and so on. So this is a very important thing, and I want to highlight this because we have very, very nice collaboration with EIT for years, and this is the place I will always repeat this statement. But going back to the second part of your question, is about this intersectoral cooperation. Definitely, yes, we need this. And even today, we had this great opportunity to see how this remote measurements, the space technologies and artificial intelligence and data analysis can improve exploration. So it was really a nice presentation and done by Wojtek, and I believe that this is really future. And this AI techniques, so this is definitely interdisciplinary thing. AI technique can improve not just exploration, but also decision-making, planning for mining activities. We also have robotics, which is completely not related to mining, but we have some first applications. I know solutions from ABB they robotized the blasting things, and there are a lot of examples. What about the mineral processing? Without advanced chemistry, we will never achieve any success. What about the environmental issues? So we need really a lot of technologies out of raw materials to support development of raw materials. But of course, there is always a little but. Interdisciplinary projects are very challenging, and they are risky. And this is, in US, they call it the valley of death. So you have industry from the left side, and you have research from the right side. Exactly the same model could be applied for the interdisciplinary work. If you will talk to people from AI, if you are from mining, no communication at all. So we even discussed about this a couple of minutes ago. So interdisciplinary projects are very challenging, very risky, and we need really brave managers, people with vision. They can connect these dots together, and we should develop a common solution that based on different things. And I have mentioned about EIT and Jan, so now I'm changing my face in this direction. Agata is an example of such person with the vision.
Yep.
You are not engineer, right? And you have been working for development in KGHM, and now you are doing things with these secondary materials. This is really serious impact. And I would like to say congratulations because you again achieved success. Just to mention a few things more, so brave managers, smart managers, people with vision, but of course we need collaboration instead of competition. And we need more money. Definitely we need more money to do this. And we have to understand that the research projects, they are risky. And this is normal thing that if you do research or if you do innovation, a lot of attempts will never appear as a success. This is the cost. We have to understand that. So we need very patient shareholders, because you invest money, and that it doesn't mean that you will every time will get
something back.
Money back. So the conclusion is innovation is the future, but it costs money.
Okay. So I think you reflect on this inclusivity again, about inclusion of other different stakeholder from different sector in the idea. And you highlight the leadership. So leaders should have vision in order to connect the dots between this different sector who are speaking different language. Actually, I had a friend of mine in Tromsø, and she was working in a project, a mineral exploration project, together with people from Faculty of Law. And she said that the project is 3 years, and the project ends, and they speak still different language. So really, the language that we are using is a big barrier here. So, Mikhail, from what Mark highlight is there is some bureaucratic things. So from your point of view, what's the strategic things that we need to do as, for example, government, in order to help ourselves to face this challenge?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I also know the questions, so I had time to to prepare myself. And I must say that I was thinking about the year 2000 when I was in high school, and I remember then that it was this first strategy, 10-year strategy for the European Union, to European Union becoming the most innovative place in the world. And as we all know, in 2010, it did not become the most innovative place. Of course, we had this financial crisis and so on. But then it was another strategy, the 2020. And also the idea was for the European Union to becoming the most innovative place in the world. And it didn't happen. So probably we should ask ourselves now, and it's 2025, what should we do? Not only to close the gap with United States, but also think about China and also India, which, as we all know, reading the articles and knowing about the state, that it's working really, really fast and hard to close the gap with Western countries and European Union and United States even. So I would say that now we're thinking about this competitiveness with United States and China, but we should also think about other countries like India, for example. And I'm not only saying about raw materials, I'm saying about the whole innovation and economy and this whole competitiveness on the world stage. I'm a representative of regional authorities, so not the state and government authorities, but regional one. And as I said during my presentation, we as Lower Silesia are one of the leading innovative regions in Poland, but still we are an emerging innovator in European Union. So there are places in our region that are really innovative, let's say, and we're strong in it, like, for example, in raw materials, but also in other subjects that we identify as our smart specializations. So this concept of smart specialization, I think, is quite nice and is helpful. But still, thinking about the question, I also read an article with Mr. Adam Góral, who is the CEO of ASECO, which is the company, an IT company, which roots are in Podkarpackie region. And he mentioned in this article that he's a great fan of European Union, but he thinks about European Union as a concept and also as a community, as something that is strong when it is cooperating as one entity. Because he said that each European Union country, even Germany, Netherlands, Germany, Poland, is like one finger. And when you are China or United States, you can break this finger quite easily. But when you are thinking about European Union as something collaborative, something, a closed space with 27 nations, it's like an iron fist. So still, in his idea, and he's, a CEO of very successful IT company from Poland. I think they are 6th or 7th in Europe. In terms of IT companies. So he said that he's really a great fan of European Union. So on one hand, we can see that when we look at situation in European Union, the funding issues, as it was mentioned before, for example, by Marek, by Agata, that there's an issue with this, especially if we say about the most innovative initiatives. This is really a big problem, and I understand it very well, because I also keep speaking with other innovative enterprises from our region, and they're also saying the same thing. For example, in aviation, space, in IT, in artificial intelligence, the whole concept of the funding on the that is prepared in the 90s, even I would say in the 2000s in Brussels, it's not connected with the market. So this is really a big issue, especially when we think about this real innovation. But I would also say that for such a region like Lower Silesia, which is an emerging innovator, still the money that we can spend and give to our enterprises, startups, and so on, are very helpful. But maybe not in this type of artificial intelligence, IoT companies that the months are important for them, not years. And I fully understand this, that these procedures that need to be every company needs to have is kind of a bottleneck for these initiatives. So frankly speaking, I don't know what should we do because we as a nation and we as a region, we do need to apply these procedures on our level. And I'm not only representing the Department of Economy, but also I think I can represent the other department in our region who is responsible for European funding. And I think they will say the same thing. So maybe it's like this, that for this kind of medium innovators, let's say, the European funds are okay. And for this, these up innovators, like working in this, in spaces like, for example, artificial intelligence, they should look for venture capital, for in banking sector, for angel investors, and so on. So maybe this is the idea. I don't know. I think that I mentioned about this EDP process during my presentation, and the smart specialization groups. So our idea as a region is this constant collaboration and speaking with our enterprises and with all this community. And they are telling this the same as Marek said during your speech. But still, I would say that you mentioned about Boeing and about American companies. So I would be cautious about it because, for example, Boeing had such a hard time last years that it is a kind of a strategic company in the United States. And I would argue that if it was normal market issue, this company will be bankrupt. And it is not bankrupt because it's very important for the defense sector in the United States. So basically, there are companies that are fully open for the market, and there are some in this kind of a closed market. Like Boeing, for example, Raytheon, General Dynamics, or so on. These companies coming from, for example, for the defense sector. As we now know in European Union, this is a strategic one. So yeah, maybe the raw material is also kind of a strategic sector. So I don't know. I'm just thinking that probably we should now think about the next perspective, financial perspective, 2028, 2034 in Europe. We should maybe recalibrate, rethink some, this type of funding that we provide to the companies and to the university and academia before. So this is, I know, maybe my idea answering your question.
Yeah. So I think here you highlight several points, but maybe I can catch the last point, one of them, which is the funding. And actually we had like 2 panel discussion for this, and all of the panelists highlight this is challenge and the need for finding a good funding mechanism, flexible funding mechanism for a startup or medium scale companies. Jan, from your point of view, what's the strategic shift that we need to do in order to strengthen our intersector collaboration?
Well, as Marek says, tough question. Even though we had time to prepare, all of us bring the perspective and can speak very emphatically on this, including myself. A little bit more tricky in my position because I'm representing a co-founded European organization. Mm-hmm. But I would rather maybe start by saying that we had successes, right? I mean, your company was, I think, supported by us. The university system in Europe benefits also the companies, of course, coming in for this triangle approach of EIT, which I think, and I strongly believe, is a very unique and needed setup in the third pillar of Horizon Europe to bring research to market, to get all the bright ideas applied in the end. Again, my fellow panelists said so many great things already that I think are true. For my particular work, I think I do this exactly now. So I try to look where are identified sectors that have raw materials aspects. So it's not our own sector only that we support. Of course, in a sense, it's the main focus area because we are there for the industry, for the research organizations, and for the university faculties that are in raw materials and advanced materials. And as Rhoda says, it's not only raw materials; it's mechanical engineering, it's also chemical engineering. It's many more adjacent subject areas that come into play now with raw materials, especially also looking into advanced materials that are needed. So also a scope in education that we need to extend. So I would like to come back to my presentation before where I said it's more stakeholders. So it's different stakeholders to invite and to look at that are now at the stage. And in terms of sectors, raw materials are for the energy transition. So we have the rare earths and the magnets and the wind turbines, also in the electric vehicles. So automotive is a part. We talked about aerospace, deep sea mining, actually, also an aspect. And I would like to come back to this in a minute, where I think we have the momentum now.
Yes.
Where there is unfortunately very difficult and very sad developments on geopolitical development side. I'm not only speaking about the war in Ukraine, but also on China and on the United States, as we all know what's happening there. So on the China side, that holding back the critical raw materials, having the monopoly of most of the critical raw materials that are so needed for the energy transition. I mean, we all in this room, I think, know this, but out there, not many people know this, that this is the case. As well as in the States, where you have different incentives, of course, more attractive to startups, I totally agree. Competitive is high. The investment is much more happening in terms of finance, but we are building on this. So EIT Raw Materials actually developed a investment arm now where we look into co-financing using different sources of financing, VCs and others to come into play, where we look into this private public partnership next to EIT, the pure funding module. And I think the pressure is there. So just the example of deep sea mining. I mean, if Trump says, go for it, even though it's public water, I mean, what can you do? It's not our way to do it. They will do whatever they want, or he wants to do maybe, I don't know. And this is a very political issue, but I think Europe has a clear sense on ethical, on social and sustainability aspects that we can build on. Just today, we have, of course, the developments in India where we have a child labor in mining still. It's there, it's happening. So we can, in order for us as Europe, can do a difference, I think, in those areas, developing and educating, and of course doing the right thing in those areas and being more sustainable. You mentioned the robotics. There's so many innovation happening for mining in Europe that we are not aware of. So we are actually, again, I'm not directly from the field, but we are, in some of this, we are leading on the innovation in mining equipment. So this would be something that we can and will build on, and we are doing this already. And then when it comes to the other intersectoral developments and projects, I think build the coalition of the willing. I know it's difficult. We know this from academia, interdisciplinary aspects. You explained very well. It's difficult, but if you find those people, you are a proponent of this, and many others, you can build those coalitions and you can do something and change for the better. What I think, just to come back to also the question in terms of the challenges, indeed, we have the visa, we just talked about this in the break, the visa regulations for students to come to learn in Europe on those, especially our fields, subject matter fields, because they cannot stay. So what can we do? We want to educate them, but they don't stay. So it's really a problem. Of course, we know this from academia side. Proposal writing is difficult, but then also the application of the funding is difficult. So lump sum aspects, developments are there. It helps, but this of course should also be for industry. It should be, there should not be a company that you need to build to tackle the bureaucracy, as you say. It should be easier, it should be more lean, more straightforward. And with the next framework, I think this will happen. I think they're working very hard on this. We are lobbying for this. Because we know of our experience and of course of the daily work, how administrative burden this is, and it holds back innovation, of course, as we all agree, and now innovation needs to happen fast. But then we have these incentives that we have open innovation, that we can drive on those fields that you bring together people, and then you can change the perspective of what you need to do and what you want to do. And it's stakeholders that are willing to do this. So collective innovation, also getting the social aspect, again, social license to operate. We have the lithium projects, the strategic projects in Europe under scrutiny, under pressure.
Yes.
Colleagues from Leuven who are really documentary doing, showing what the case is, about lithium in Europe. To mine this, they get very scared because the people, they don't want this. But if you do social license to operate, if you educate, if you inform, if you show the value and the need for doing this, all this, also the community around there has cell phones, has wind turbines, needs to do the energy transition to become neutral in 2050. I think there is opportunity, and we need to work on this very hard. And of course, EIT Raw Materials and EIT in general is supporting this, also with a lot of funding. But I think I can continue so long in terms of that the budget, it's the finance, it's the money, really an issue, yep. And it's the speed, of course, as we know.
You get the money, and then after a year, it's already out of the context because the project is already old.
I'm always trying to get the lessons learned aspects of projects, especially when it comes to the Commission as well, where we sit, of course, and they listen to us as well in terms of what were the barriers, what are the shortcomings. And I think here is really to look at the value chain of innovation, the value chain of education. Mm-hmm. There is breaks in there, and there's. Yes. I think we come to this in some of the later questions, so I don't want to go to that road yet. Yeah.
So, Agatha, from your point of view and experience as partner from the industry part, what is like examples that you faced during your career for this barrier? What is a structure or barrier, like an example that jump to your mind now that like stop such type of cross-sector, inter-sector collaboration?
Well, I'm thinking, what should I which one should I bring? But
there is many.
There are many barriers, but there are many success stories and opportunities that were used. So, what I think we should what is important is that we have now the possibility to really network and discuss. So it's not a problem. Like, you can really reach out to to professors, to doctors. There is a network, and if somebody wants that, even I think from a smaller companies, this is with the support of regional governments and schemes, this is not very difficult if you want. So this is something that I believe works. The main challenge I think from the perspective of a company that, as I remind always, that needs to survive on the competitive market, is how you actually allocate your own resources to do it while they're scarce, and you have to allocate them on the things that are necessary, because you need to be compliant with all the regulations, and the regulations are getting stricter and stricter, and you have another database you need to be in, from my perspective, the BDO, meaning the waste management database, which is very important. And then we are aligned, and we are there with all the streams of waste. And now they are saying, okay, now your waste that you are dealing with will be hazardous, even though they're the same and they have been before. So now you will have 10 times more work with the same stream of waste. So you'll have to allocate people, and people actually are closing their facilities because of that, because they cannot really follow up on the red tape. And this is unfortunately what our country, and as we say also during the break, sometimes we in this country are even more we call it sainter than the Pope, like we are stricter than it is even necessary. We are putting on ourselves. So in this environment, that creates problem. So when you have to then think about, okay, I should reach out for these funds, this is maybe not that difficult, but if you have to follow all that, that it become unfortunately less of your priority, or you just don't, you have to choose something, either survive or, or grow. So it should not be, the question. This is something we should I think tackle, and that's one of the, I would say, the main barriers. And I would not, I will not really link it with the collaboration, because I believe that it is feasible. It's more to really find a space and time, and and then of course not only talk and discuss and develop a concept, but have a very lean and simple procedure to really apply, get a quick decision, then not to have so much of a red tape in order to, do all the paperwork around that, and then be afraid that somebody will question your expenses, or based on, I don't know, some kind of doubts that sometimes arise. So I would say that from my perspective, this is now the biggest challenge. So yeah.
Actually, for this things, I have an example. One of our startups, they applied for fund, they got fund, simple fund, and they, in their application, they ask for IB, we'll get the fund in order to apply for the IB. And of course, after the process review and so on, It already take almost a year. And then they said, okay, we don't need this money because we don't have an IB anymore, because we need to develop a new model because it's already too late. And they start to use the money to develop a new model. And then the funding agent said, no, you have to get IB, but okay, but our model is already old. So actually this is one of the problems, I think.
I think it's also like coming to what Marek said in the previous set of questions, like we have all these examples of the economics that are doing better than us, and like why don't we just do what they do? Like when I was studying at one of the programs, they would call it Steal with Pride. Like we really can watch and see how China is supporting their own business in order to grow. And even if it means pumping up the money, like, you know, really make it easy and direct and, you know, with some KPIs, like we sometimes are just so careful about, you know, competition and being right that we forget that there is a, you know, a path that has been checked and like that it works, and we should just go. India is exactly the same. I've been on this trip around the raw material startups. We have won the reward last year. So visited startups, companies, and they have been visiting us as well. And I see, and I met the government and the regional governments, they are putting so much support to these companies. There was one like young person, like Marek here, who thought, okay, I will build electric scooter or motorbike that will be fully like, you know, national. And 3 years, and I saw the prototype like with everything, with all the permits, with the factory that was built, and the prototype was there. And it just happened, and this guy was like 29, and he got so much support of the regional, you know, scheme and the state scheme in this huge country that it just worked very quickly. They said, in terms of the batteries, we are assembling now the batteries ourselves. We are still bringing cells from China, but this is the only thing we do, and we will develop cells ourselves. So this is how like it should work, and it could work. So just maybe look, because they are doing it quite well.
Would you like to comment here?
Yeah, ever, you know, it crosses my mind, ever thought of that those policymakers in Europe or national or regional, they just don't want us to innovate or to start up? No, I'm seriously asking this provocative question, because it seems to me it is the case. If you would like to do it, you would do something. You would incentivize, you would work on strategies. You do, I mean, you explained the strategy, but more coherent, more workable. But I'm asking myself this question. Do they want us to start up, to innovate?
Well, maybe I can answer this question. I think I should be asked a question, but I was thinking in this question yesterday, and it's inclusion. Like the policymaker, I think, from my point of view, they are, for some reason, they are not attached to the society. They put KPI, they put target, and it's based on what we don't know. Like, for example, we achieve this 1.5 temperature degree by 2030, but 2030 is tomorrow. Based on what you put this number? Is it based on scientific? Based on you speak with the academic people and they told you that, yeah, this is achievable, please put it and then we will work on it. So maybe again, this inclusivity between a policymaker and the society.
Can I add?
Yeah, please.
Can I add something? Well, I have to say that I don't know the situation in India, how the process works. But first of all, we need to understand that China is an authoritarian, kind of a totalitarian state. So we always need to understand that, because we are the democracies.
Yes.
And although we can say that in such issues like, for example, investing in innovation, there might be better in some cases, but I would just add, because we have, I think, friends from Ukraine here with us, and I think they're also listening to us. They want to become the part of this democratic societies in Europe. So I would just say that I don't want to be a part of the state like China. Just to say this, even if we were not so innovative, I don't want to be a part of such a political system. But if we say about the innovation and how many resources we spent on it, well, the truth is, for example, for the country like Poland, that we have a record deficit today. It's about 6-7%, and we are having a labor shortages. We are getting older as a nation. It's of course every European state has the same problem, but in Poland we will have one of the biggest problem, I would say, from every European state, because we have also a very small net immigration. So I don't want to be representative of our political system, but the truth is that the expenditures on innovation and on science is less important than on social issues, everything which is connected with the society is getting older, and this is also the truth about the state and about the future that we need to think when we consider, for example, the situation in innovation expenditures in Poland and also in Europe. The second thing is, which is really important, and it is some kind related to the innovation issue, is that, for example, in Poland we need to have a lot more expenditures on defense. It's now about 4.6%, and probably it will be about 5% in Poland. Some of these resources will go to the Polish industry, but let's face it, most of them probably will go to the abroad, to the European and American companies, which are producing the most innovative, aircrafts, munition, and so on. So this is the situation that we are facing now, and the truth is now we are spending something about 1.5% of our GDP on innovation R&D, and in my opinion, probably if we will have in the future about 2%, maybe 2.5% will be a great success for Poland. There is a talk about 3% and even more, and I'm very skeptical about it in terms of Poland, because there are other pressing expenditures that will be much more important in these political terms, and this is the reality that we need to face, especially speaking here in the in the university. So I know that it sounds very kind of a pessimistic, but yeah, this is the situation, unfortunately.
Yeah, please, Rado.
Very quick comment. This is a truly good question, so you inspired the discussion.
Yes.
And maybe we shouldn't spend so much time on that, but I have found a very nice kind of summary about the barriers. So let me just mention a few.
Please.
So every single organization is somehow structured, and these departments or divisions, they don't collaborate. Even we here in the university, we have the same problem. We need support from computer science, but they are so busy. They have many students. They are not interested in collaboration with us. And I fully understand this, but this is the reason no collaboration between departments, even in the same company.
Organization.
Another one is funding resource constraints. We mentioned this already. Regulatory or policy inconsistencies. Different regulations claims different things.
Yes.
And we don't know which one is correct and what we should follow. Data sharing limitation. This is especially important for academia. We would like to build some model. We would like to optimize, geological modeling and mine planning, but we are not able to use this data because companies, they don't want to share this. And one of my favorite, risk aversion and resistance to change. We like this. We don't want to change.
Yes.
So this is really critically important, and different priorities and kind of misunderstanding between partners. So, from my perspective as a professor, my main task is to get another project, not to implement anything. Because if I will implement something in the company will get profits, but academia will not. So I'm interested in another project. So this is like continuous developing something without final development. Sorry to say, but of course we did several final development, but this is not a profit for the university. Yes. So there are a lot of barriers. I have another page, but I'm going to close this talk for a second. But this is really very good question.
Yes. Actually, I have a comment here before we go to Mark. I have a question for you, Mark. But I have two comments here. First of all, you highlighted this academic needs. I think this is something that we already conclude sometime in this conference, like, you know, how we can include academia in this innovation ecosystem. And we found that academics are looking for application, for research, and so on. So I don't have time to implement. I did my research, I found the result, okay, someone else. So this is something that the full ecosystem, like academic ecosystem, should look again, not to give only credit for publication, but for innovation. You are professor, you have 3 papers, 3 startups that you supported, good, go to professorship. If you have 6 papers, great, go for professorship. If you have 6 startups, great, be professorship. So this should be like some new measure to see. And the second point that you highlighted is the one, actually this is about the mindset of the people, that it's difficult to change the mindset, the resistance from the people. And I can speak here on behalf of the AIT HEY initiative, Higher Education Initiative. I think the different project that is working under the AIT HEY initiative, they came with the same conclusion. There is a lot of plans to change, but there is people who just resist. We don't need to change. We need to be the same old style. So, yeah. So my question to you, Mark. So if we look at the ecosystem from outside, I see startup is like, you know, a family, and the startup is the child of this family. So so it's weak. It's the weak component in the family, but it's the most valuable part of this family. So from your point of view, as a startup, what you need from support or support from other partner, from other sector in order to start to grow?
Thank you. Maybe I'll begin with a comment to this big conversation. So, from my point of view, in my opinion, in Europe, we grew to love being mediocre. We love it. We just, it's a sweet spot. Being mediocre, just not be bad at something, not very good at something, just be in the middle. And this is a huge problem. This is a huge problem, and it connects the government, it connects to financing, it connects to academia, it connects also with startups. Because in Europe, we are not generating any champions. Our system is not set up to generate any champions. So you've mentioned being a child of the system. So yesterday evening, I had a conversation with my wife. So what we are doing with our baby daughter to give her the best chance, and what is our thought, what she will do, and if we want her to just live a good life that we can set for her, or we want to give her all the tools to achieve success. Any kind of the success she will think of, but she will have all the tools, all the necessary base to be the best. But I'm meaning to really be the best, to be out there and fight and be ready for that fight. None of our companies in Europe are ready for that fight.
Yes.
Because the system is, I will say it again, it's broken. And it's not amount of the financing you're putting. So it's not matter if it's 1% of GDP or 2% of the GDP. It's about
what you want to achieve with this money. So if you want to put this 1% of GDP to make another 5, and if you're putting the framework to build those champions, to be risky, to let those companies and initiatives and ideas that are not working very good to die, or you will just sustain another project, another project, another project. So let's bring it back to my field. So today, as we are sitting here, Horizon Europe is funding, I believe, at least 15 projects like mine. So it's 15 of them, but it's all of within the consortium. So they've got all the problems with the IP, with the sharing the IP. And the outcome of that project will be that no one will put it to the production. So some of the companies will benefit, some of the people will benefit, and that's good. So they will have a good life, they can build their wealth. That's a way of doing things and also living. But if the system really was set up to do that, to have a couple of people out there that are in the right position to build their wealth and not build the wealth of the societies. So we are seeing that. So any one of us is seeing that in Europe, that Europe is failing in building the wealth of the entire society. I'm not saying going in the direction of the United States or the direction of China. We've got our own way, but we need to be more risky.
Yes.
We need to be more agile, be more faster, and in the same time stand up to our decisions and say who's responsible for that. So we cannot have this way of just washing down the responsibility and not taking, and it's not about blaming anyone. It's just pointing out what was the problem and what we are doing with this problem. So within our company, we've been through many crises. So we've been through problems with financing. Well, we had a half a year without external financing. My employees, Wojciech here, he didn't get his salary for 3 months. And we've survived, we've pushed through that. And also, we understood our problems, what we did wrong. We know who is to blame, of course me, and we are moving along with that. And well, we've got this mindset to be really out there, to fight and be the biggest. So Jan is talking about a lot of robotics startups. But, well, within the mining industry, and I'm dealing with Canadian companies, I'm dealing with Australian companies, not much of the European competition is visible. They're not even on the pitch decks of the companies being regarded as a competition. So that's a pity. So that's a pity that any of the company, if you're starting a startup in the US, so let's take an autonomous drilling. So US company Durin, they've raised about 4.5 million US dollars this year. And these two guys, 23 years old, straight out of the university. So Jan, you've got your experience. I'm not seeing that happening in Europe, that 23-year-old will get 4.5 million euro. So from anyone, from the VC, business angel, or anyone just on the pitch deck.
EITVC will provide that.
So can I reply, or you want to? You had your finger? No, okay. Very much so. Totally, and I think that there's serious breaks in the value chain again of from idea to market. I wouldn't, and I strongly disagree with you on the academic side. I think we are leading in research in the world on most of the issues. Still, maybe not so much if we don't go the right road, but on everything else, totally. So what would be the way to maybe solve some of this? It's really the research, it's the academics, it's the Harvards. They incubate. They not only educate, they incubate. I mean, they're doing, as you say, they let their students not go off with the idea or taken over by others. They keep it, and we don't do this. So I think the higher education initiative, with a lot of support from EIT, is working towards that end, to shift the mindset or to change the mindsets in the universities, to not only focus on the research, as you say, in having another research project, but apply it, get the application. What are the last mile, the valley of death maybe, this is more the startups words, but the last mile to get it to market. We have a lab to market program at EIT, raw materials, where you get the students' ideas fresh off the market from the universities to bring them further. It's not enough. So here we need to, I think, do a lot, and I hope that the next framework agreement has things like this included, where we have support for those aspects, because everyone knows. I mean, it's not that it's new to us, right? I mean, what you say, everyone would agree to. Everything is taken by others, but not by us. So why don't we make money out of this? Because we have the restraints in the European university system. No, we cannot. Leave us. No, it's time to make money out of this. And don't need to be afraid of doing so. How? It's a different story. There's a lot of suggestions. There's a lot of, with the new commission, actually a lot of drive, a lot of development that I really appreciate. Again, my provocative question was, of course, more from the policymakers. We are an agent to help facilitate this. So if we did get more mandate to do so, we are trying hard to bridge these gaps. To do this last mile with all of our projects, our incentives, again, more on the finance. If we speak deep tech, it's, as Rado, you said, it's on the research side, it takes forever. But then also on the investment, if you invest in something that you don't know if it materializes in the next years, you won't invest. So you need to really make the pitch decks great. You need to partner up with people. You need to support them. The EIB is now coming into play for raw materials. There's a lot of developments that are happening at the moment. If that will work out, I don't know. But I agree with what you say. So let's do something. And EIT Raw Materials and EIT needs to also do something, because we don't know if the next framework will include an EIT.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. Agata, you have, yeah.
So maybe just closing mine, as for the barriers, I believe in Europe we've got too many middlemen in the between, and what we need to focus on is problems, and what problems we need to solve.
Yes.
And I mean the business problems that the companies out there, if it's mining or if it's recycling, put out there, like with open innovation scheme, and solve those problems, not love the solution, not focus on the way of solving that. Just what is the problem, love the problem, and quickly solve it, basically.
Yeah. Agata, you have a comment or some reflection?
Yeah, many, but I will be focused on just three. So first of all, we don't want to copy China, like in terms of, not being a democratic society, that's for sure. But we need to look at the schemes that work everywhere, basically. Space, whatever, fairy tales, just really see what works and just implement that. We in raw materials are not competing on the European market. It's a global market, so we are competing with everybody, and this is why this agile approach, the fast approach, and the lean approach is critical for us if you want us to deliver. So that's the second thing. So I agree that we have great research, and I understand exactly what Radek said about how it is difficult for academia to really, go farther because they need to fight for another project. So all these really very, again, lean, not huge consortia and science tourism, but really concentrated and focused addressing projects could be delivered in Europe as well, but they need to be very, global oriented, because this is the sector. And the third thing, and thank you for bringing up your daughter, because mine is 13, and I'm thinking what kind of life she will have. I don't want her to fight, that's a slightly different approach, but I really would I share this view that I really would like her to have a choice of how she wants to live. And the education system, at least in this country, does not support this entrepreneurial, approach. It doesn't give any sort of practical tools of identifying the problems, critical thinking, solving the problems, learning, project-based. We are still in the phase when we have to learn everything by heart and then recite and then forget, unfortunately. And I'm saying that because with Michał, I was also involved in this foundation, and we did together a project for 3 years, and the foundation is doing that for 6 years now on climate education. So we teach teachers how to implement not ready-made scenarios for lessons, but how they could go out of the classroom with the students, tell them to look around, identify a problem within their local society. Sometimes the children were picking up, plants in the pots that dry out during summer holidays because there's not so many people out there. And they were inventing not only a concept idea using design thinking and other tools like that, but actual tools and applications, IT applications, simple ones with sensors and little wires and little, base coding languages to really measure the moisture in the humidity of the soil, and then watering it when nobody is there, just using the application. Students in a primary school. So this is something we should do with our children, and this is how you actually will transform the society, not to be just, trying to get by, but really trying to reach for what they want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So actually, please, would you like to reflect?
Just quickly, so EIT Raw Materials spent a lot of investment and money on exactly that, and I totally agree with Agata on this, where we have wider society learning in the past that we do not actually at the moment support anymore because of other constraints, but this is where you can leverage for the future. So the RM ambassadors at schools, the NG, the Girls Go Circular initiatives. So there was a lot of investment in that area, and I think it helped, but it needs to be continued, and that's the crucial aspect.
Radu, actually, the panel highlighted several of challenges, and I would like to ask you, from your position, as academic person who work in academic sector, how we can restructure the academic sector in order to not to address everything, all this challenge, but at least to strengthen the collaboration between the different stakeholders, between the different sectors.
Well, I'm in a little bit difficult position because I'm not going to improve my rector. So, but anyway, we have already said a lot of things about the way of collaboration between universities and industry, and also Agata mentioned about this global approach, especially in the field of the raw materials. And indeed, this is something. This is my experience from Poland. We didn't get the moment. We didn't notice the moment that we should be global. So we believe that we are the strongest country in the coal industry. We are not. And we believe that is enough to provide the master program in Polish. No, it is not. And yeah, so we noticed that, okay, let's do some collaboration projects supported by EIT for education. We did it, but it's not enough. We should be much more global than European. And this is the first issue. We should be global as academia. And I also noticed that I was in Australia for a Congress, World Mining Congress, and I met just a couple of companies from Europe. Come on, this is very rapidly growing market in Australia, and where we are, we didn't go there. You know, from the faculty of mining from Wrocław, it was just 3 guys. Come on, this is the beginning of something new in Australia, in China. We don't have too much relationship, so we should be definitely global. And another story is about this, the role of the university. So I believe that university should teach students and do research. And it is even a kind of funny story. I got the feedback from my friend. You do not do research, you produce papers. You produce very good articles, but this is not about really doing innovation. So the conclusion is, let's reconnect research with innovation, because this is not the same. I like the style, what you said, okay, if you founded 3 or 6 startups, you could be professor.
Yeah.
Not in this country.
Not in Europe.
Not in this country.
Yeah.
So this is completely different perspective. So we have a lot of professors with very significant achievements, pure researchers, no relation to industry. And we have, I mean, Faculty of Mining, it is kind of very technological faculty. We do not do the pure research. You know, this is my favorite sentence. My lab is in the mine. I will not build the model of the mine. There is no sense. So we should be connected. We should be interdisciplinary. We should be connected to the industry. And I can tell you that this is more or less what we are trying to do. I already said to Jan, thanks to EIT projects, I was happy, I was lucky to collaborate with Sandvik, ABB, Metso Minerals, you know, many companies. This is the mission and the profit being together with EIT. And we recognize this already. And we had a lot of meetings with industrial partners. So we are trying to be close as possible to industry. And we organized the business breakfast. We invited people from the industry and we had a conversation. Okay, share your challenge. Can I help you? And this is not so frequent approach at the universities.
Open your mind,
but,
yes.
but this is what we have already done. And we have some experts from the industry in our different panel of commissions. We ask, what do you need? So for example, we modify bachelor and master programs and we introduce like project management or financial analysis. So we got the feedback from the industry, you produce very good engineers, but we need more soft skills. So we need managers, we need very good engineers that they will able to negotiate, to convince people to manage projects, and a lot of these so-called soft things. And about the job creation and the company creation, yes, of course we should follow this direction. We should do this, but maybe there is a chance to do kind of pre-selection, because I don't believe that every single student with his mindset or psychological profile is able to do own job, to create the startup and to lead. I'm not sure. Sometimes we have students, they are very good in task-oriented job, and this is what we need as well. So it should be like a very selective program. We should let's say select this more visionary students and help them. But again, this is out of my job. I mean, nobody will promote me if I will create startups.
Yes.
This is the regulation here. So there are a lot of things like this, but I just not put some notes. So I believe this is the job we should do is not just about the university. It's about the whole environment. We talk about the financing. We talk about the legal issues. We talk about the collaboration industry, universities, and so on. It could be also about the sharing infrastructure.
Yes.
Can you believe that we buy a lot of equipment, but then I noticed that my colleague in another building has this equipment already. So a lot of things should be changed. So this is the life.
Yes. Well, actually, I have one comment here and another comment for Ian or for our audience about sharing the infrastructure. This is one of our strengths. I have to announce this for our colleagues. In CloudEARTHi, the hosting for this event, one of our strategic objectives is to build infrastructure. And we have so far 6 labs across Europe. And within the coming 2 years, supported by EIT Raw Material and EIT-HEI, we will build more 8 labs. So within 1 year from now, we'll have 12 labs in different institutes. And the good thing is that we are planning to sign Erasmus Plus agreement in order to make this lab available for all the partner institutes, sharing infrastructure across Europe. I think this is one of the key things. And also here, I would like to, actually, I didn't get an opportunity to thank EIT Raw Material and EIT in general. So thank you, Ian, since you are representing this. CloudEARTHi now is actually, it's funded from a different funding agent in EU. So I think EIT Raw Material and EIT in general, they are doing great support for the innovation ecosystem. I would like, you have a comment, Jan, or I should go to...
maybe just a quick one before.
Yep.
I think we're running out of time also. But if you look at, because that's what you also mentioned, Rado, is that, and Marek, the research and development in companies, and that's my role now to improve that relationship. It used to be the Bell Laboratories, right? It used to be the IBM laboratory. So you had the research with all of those researchers from the universities in the company. So there was the nucleus of the research and development, the innovation. Then it shifted back to universities due to wars and other developments. And now I think it's the time to get it back. So to get the research and development departments to openly and actively collaborate on a regular basis, where you have clear separation of duties. As you say, you cannot, because of regulations of member states or other restraints, go to a company and implement. But you can provide all the data, the research, the innovation, and then there's a connecting point, and then there's the company who does the profit out of this and the competitiveness, not in terms of cost. There should be a return of investment because we want to live, all of us in Europe. But this connection, I think, is very crucial, and that's what we work as well at EIT to bring this together and to bring the R&D back out of the Ivy Towers, also to companies and vice versa.
Actually, I still have several questions, and I see that we are run of time. So I will keep 2 questions, and then I will, maybe the other question we can discuss during the lunch. One of them for you, Mikhail. I think we have a lot of policies in place, but it's conflicted, fragmented. How we can, from your point of view, how we can restructure this scene in order to support the innovation ecosystem, to support startup, support medium-scale companies. Since we now see one of the barriers is that the bureaucracy saying that if you apply today, you will get the fund after 2 years. So what we should do?
Well, this is a hard question. For example, in Poland, we get, this state level and regional level. So we've got 16 regions in Poland, and also there is a financing on the state level from the special fund in this perspective. And there is a discussion in European Union, and also I know that in Warsaw, whether the funds for the R&D should stay on the regional level or they should move upwards. So I don't know what will be the final decision, but from our perspective as a region and as a department which was responsible for the economy and also innovation, we've just built this model based on the EDP process and also smart specialization that I think works quite well, I would say. Although, as I mentioned, we are not the this great innovator, as strong innovator as we would like to be. I think that what comes from the discussion during last years with the enterprises and also with startups is that what is important is to have these stable conditions and these structured institutions, because the problem for enterprises, companies that want to use the European funds, where in different perspectives there were different programs, and it was really a big problem. So I would say that, for example, in the United States, you've got these institutions, for example, that deals with the cancer. Yes, it started during the Nixon administration, and it now lasts for about 50 years. And academia and enterprises knows that there is such an institution, and it is like kind of made in stone. Yes, and in Europe it's not like that. So the enterprises tell us that maybe you should just lobby in Brussels that okay, there is this this framework, this institution that is now going on, and maybe just put maybe more funds, but have this this stable conditions. Yes, so maybe this is one thing that I would say. For example, the EIT is like the institution that is known, and maybe you shouldn't now change EIT in TIE, for example. This is one example. I have to say that I'm quite skeptical that there is a possibility of having at the European level the funding institutions and only on European level, because, for example, for Polish companies, it's still hard to gain, and also for the universities, it's still hard to gain the the projects and the investments and financing because it's very competitive, and we are not on this level. I know that there is this, especially from our enterprises, this idea that we should be on the top. On the top of the list, and we should just think how to be best in the world. I fully understand this, that we should have this part of enterprises and financing people who are risk leaning, but still, in my perspective, what is really a treasure of European Union, and that's why, for example, Ukrainians want to join European Union, is the welfare state. And I think it's really important that we have the welfare state, and we should think how to, on one hand, invest in risky business and try to be more competitive than we are today. But on the other side, I don't want that, for example, Europe becoming a new United States. Because what we can see in the United States, of course, there are companies like Tesla. I understand that especially companies, startups, are looking on Elon or Mark or other who are multi-billionaires, and they just made these great companies. But still, I also see this second part of United States, which is poor and people who are sometimes depressed and just they don't feel good in their own country. So that's why I think we should we should try to find the balance. Between this one thing and the other. So I don't agree when people said that a European welfare state is something kind of our problem, yes, as a Europe. I think it's not. I think that this is really great that we're living in such states and in such union, yes, like European Union, but I fully understand that we have this competitiveness from China, from India, sometimes countries who are, as I mentioned, China is of course an authoritarian state, India is still a democracy, but we'll see what will happen in 5-10 years. Let's hope it will stay a democracy. And of course, we have countries like in sub-Saharan Africa, which are not so innovative, but you know, they have these hundreds of millions of labor that will be also kind of let's say, a problem for us in the future. So, especially regarding this kind of a low-cost migration. So, yeah, I just would like to leave this discussion with the idea that I'm for the European welfare state.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we over the time, but maybe we can like excuse. Okay, we have question from audience. Okay, so I will maybe discuss this question during the lunch, and then we leave space. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for this amazing panel. My name is Monika Sońta, and I'm here with the 4 InnoPipe 2 project, and we are working on entrepreneurial education. And I have 2 invitations. The first one is to professor. So we are about to open a course in entrepreneurial education, and I will just send the poster to the organizers. And we would love to have engineering minds on board. This project is led in the framework of EIT-HEI, so we are in a good place. And the second invitation is to Mr. Michał Frycz, because one of our partners is City of Łódź, with the biggest startup accelerator that's actually city accelerator. So we would also it would be so great to have your regional voivodeship office as well on board. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So any question or comment from our audience? Yeah, please.
First of all, thank you very much for deep discussion, and I support very much what Michał has said about I'm from Ukraine. That's why I can confirm that. Maybe now Ukraine perceived as a country with a war, but actually the questions that you raised, actually on the front line where there is no regulation, the innovation is very, very quick. So, like a mathematician, I can say that we solve minimax problem. So when we minimize the requirement, we have more lobbyism. When we have less lobbyism, we have a more long process of innovation. And this is the question that we in Ukraine also try to solve in the context of revolution of dignity that happened in 2014. And on our side, I can say that we also think about the same question, how to make procurement so efficient that it can identify the tasty sausage. So it is very difficult to identify the quality by the formal requirement. And what Marek has pointed about the United States, how they deal with that, I still not understand how they deal with this. My first investigation, since I'm leading Science Park, I try to understand how they really do this. Simultaneously, Musk can apply for the budgeting from United States, and at the same time, they keep the competitiveness. And maybe the role of the academia in that such a high-level discussion would be the science-based policy making. So we should analyze on the general level how the law of society work and whether it is really competitive market can compete with the dictator and other things. So maybe this is the next part of the discussion, how this science can influence the policy and policy making. Thank you very much for inspiring discussion. Thank you.
We have a question here more, please.
Maybe not a question, rather than a comment, because from whole this panel, I've got some metaphor in my mind. So as a world, we are running a marathon right now, as I believe. And when you are running a marathon and you are thinking about not losing, and we are talking here about surviving, about just not failing, then probably you will fail. When you are running marathon, you would like to win, or we would like to finish that with the satisfying result. So my idea that I would like to bring to this conversation is to have this thinking about winning with ourselves, with our struggles, and make the Europe and then our country better and more developed and technologically strong. Not focus on the on the potential failing. So this is just my short remark.
Okay, maybe it's short, Verena.
Thank you very much for the inspiring panel. I really enjoyed it. And I want to support, on the one hand, what Agatha said about education, as I'm a researcher in entrepreneurship education, so totally go with your support of this idea. But also, I think we have to consider what kind of entrepreneurial education we are supporting. Because I think that in regards to what you said, Marek, I think only focusing on excellence, it's maybe one opportunity, but also focusing more on a systemic thinking, system thinking, and having in mind what kind of different stakeholders we have together and how we can combine them and how we can use them and gain more impression of more of this hands-on mentality. How can I support the state who was supporting me, for example, because the startups and even Apple would never have this, this success if not the US has supported them. So, for example, if you read the book on the entrepreneurial state, which is very interesting, and they were talking about how the state, how the government is supporting companies, and to have this in mind and get a system thinking in our students, I think that will support them by getting a strategy to get out of or to get a successful entrepreneurial or entrepreneurial story. Thank you very much for your opinions.
Good, thank you very much. I would like to thank our panelists very much. This is a great discussion. And I think over the lunch, we will still keep the rest of the question just because of the curiosity, especially the funding question. So I would like to ask our colleagues now to go for the lunch. I think it's ready, Olga, right? Yeah, but please, this is the last panel in the conference, but it's not the last thing in the program. Please, after the lunch, come back to the room. We have a special announcement after the lunch in the closing session. And then don't forget that we have the social event, which will start at 4:30 somewhere in the city. If you go to the program, if you go now to the program, first you will find the location where we will meet in the city. Second, you will find the photos from the first and the second day of the conference. So please download your photos and share it. So maybe I can excuse the panel for just 1 minute, make a photo.
Very good questions. Thank you.
What is the background with the CloudEARTHi only?
Yeah. That will come a little bit like me.
Może przyjść, zapraszamy.
Nie da się tego rozjaśnić. Mamy nie wybrać.
Nie, dobra, bo nie będzie widać, jeszcze stoi. Ktoś włączyła, to nie wiem co.
Ręcznie, natomiast automat ręcznie. Nie, zabierzemy. Zabierzcie. Zabierzmy. Zostaw.
Wydział Zarządzania zapłaci. Przeklinuje się.
One mają tutaj takie podkładki.
Bo to coś musi podnieść, to? Tak.
To zielone, pozielone.
on camera work?
No, tu też kręci kółkiem.
Good. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed the lunch. Again, don't go. We still have this boot trip. During the, again, just to remind you what's the event. During this 3 days, we have 2 parallel events. We have the CloudEARTHi, the 4th CloudEARTHi conference, and we have the 5th CloudEARTHi knowledge exchange workshop. So during the 4th CloudEARTHi conference, we tried to define challenge and barrier that we are facing as a community to establish cooperation among different stakeholders. We discussed how to be more inclusive and more diverse and how to build much better society, much better ecosystem. How deep tech can help in such ecosystem, how we can support deep technology, how we can improve the competitiveness of Europe. We also discussed the strengths and weakness of European innovation ecosystem, especially in the last panel discussion. We got a lot of weaknesses that we need to cover, and we need to see how we can solve it. And of course, we discussed during the first and the second day how we as ecosystem can support startup financially and by different mechanism or by technology. As a CloudEARTHi, we are moving from here to action, and this is the parallel event, which is the 5th CloudEARTHi knowledge exchange workshop. During the session, normally we start the conference. We normally start around 7 or 7:30, and we end at maybe 7:30, and we start to discuss new action to address this challenge. So I would like to thank all of you for this great discussion, great contribution. You played really a big role defining problems. What we did here to define problems from our side, or the people who presented solution during the scientific session, this is something very important for us, because if we didn't know that there is a problem here, we will not find a solution. So finally, I would like to thank some special people for us, and I would like to ask Olga and Wrocław Tech team for the great organization. Actually, without this organization, we would not be able to be here. So, thanks to both of them. And you stay here to train them.
Arabic? Yeah.
Thank you, Olga. And then we have Magda. Magda from the Earth Sciences. So actually, it's a great help from the Geology department here, the Earth Science department here, for the organization of the third day. Thank you very much. Maria, please. This is the person who is behind the computer all the 3 days, so thank you very much. And also there is a team, it's a challenge now, Vuashim Nabea, right? Yes, I did it. This is the student team, the great student team that runs the workshop in the second day. Yep. Yeah, come. Good, but also we need to thank the people who paved the way for today's event. So I would like to invite Verena from Hochschule Burgenland. So actually, University of Burgenland is the first university to host the first CloudEARTHi. Yes, so thank you very much. The second conference, actually, our colleagues, Eileen and Noela, unfortunately they traveled, but they got their excellent. But we need also to thank Angel and Technical University of Varna. Please, Angel. So, Technical University of Varna, they host our third CloudEARTHi conference and the fourth knowledge workshop. Thanks, Angel. Well, I think you are expecting me to close the session and say goodbye for you, right? Actually, this is not our behavior. We never say goodbye, but we say welcome. So, everyone, please welcome Yafus, Yassine, and Alp Arsalan. And please come to invitation for.
Welcome to the 5th CloudEARTHi Istanbul. Tamer put a huge challenge in front of us. You know, after having such an amazing meeting from 22 countries and about 200 participants, he raised the bar. So he wants 500. We're negotiating. Can we do 300, 500? But hopefully, end of May, we're thinking to host you in the beautiful Istanbul. Napoleon Bonaparte said, if the world was one country, Istanbul would be the capital. So it's not my world, it's Napoleon Bonaparte's world. So we will be welcoming you to the world's capital in Istanbul with peace and great hospitality, hopefully. And we're discussing, there will be more follow-ups, but we want to really make it even a longer event and maybe shorter days so you can really enjoy the beautiful Istanbul, which is a cultural bridge between Europe and Asia. And again, our Polish colleagues have set the bar very high, but we will do our best to make you happy in Istanbul. And I really want everyone to be there with a vivid program, with also probably a big pitching event in deep tech startups, where live they are presenting to us. So where we connect role models like yourself with investors and startups, as well as really creating more value and really taking it to the next step together within the European values. I want to invite Yassine and Alparslan here next to me. Alparslan, please come. Yassine, come. Let's give a strong round of applause to these two gentlemen. We are thinking of hosting you at Istiniye University. Yassine is obviously very modest. He is the director of the Technology Transfer Office at the Istiniye University. It's a beautiful university in Istanbul. And Alparslan is actually one of the leads in many, many projects in European Union, and one of the top 10 best project award, right? You received from the European Union. So I'm always learning from Alparslan. So three of us under, dear Tamer's leadership, we are so excited to have you in Istanbul, but not just in Istanbul. I'm living in Ankara. I was born in Istanbul. I live in Ankara. I lived 14 years in the United States, 7 years in Germany. So it's a global citizenship. In Ankara, for certain group that Tamer will approve, we will also, after the main scientific events, knowledge workshops, pitching events, we will do a diplomacy tour. Remember, in my presentation, people at the top, then we have collaboration and platforms, and then we need to work on legislations to change things. So I want also certain selected members to welcome to Ankara to meet some of the ambassadors, as well as some of the high-rank individuals, as well as the Turkish presidency, innovation and other departments. So we are so excited. Please mark your calendar end of May, if in 2026. We are still debating the dates, but even if you have something, please cancel and come to CloudEARTHi, the 5th conference. Thank you very much again, Tamer, for giving us the opportunity to be the host, and we'll do our best to support with Yassine and Alparslan's leadership. Yassine, if you would like to say anything, or Alparslan.
Maybe I can say something. I am super excited to host you at Istria University. You are all welcome in Istanbul, and we are waiting you with at least 500 people, I guess.
Our boss said 500.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
I can say that I have attended last year Varna conference, and this is my second CloudEARThi conference. And hopefully we increase our collaboration between our institutions with different departments, different research fields, and hope we can increase our mentoring tools, number of projects, and we can meet next year in Istanbul. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, also I would like to mark your calendar. Our 6th CloudEARTHi conference will be in April 2027 in Lithuania. And the 7th CloudEARTHi conference will be hosted in a special place. All of you asked for it. It will be in Egypt. So, thank you everyone. And please don't forget, we didn't end the conference now. We still have discussion. Please discuss, challenge, and try to come with solution. Thank you. Maybe Olga. Yeah, Olga. We return back to the conference.
The last few words. We meet at 4:30 in the city center next to McDonald's to have a walking tour around the city. And then right after it, we will board the tiny boat, or not very tiny, to travel a bit on Odra River. So welcome everyone and see you soon.
Can you take a photo with it? Oh, yeah, of course.
City center. Yes. So it is this photo is the official
Already, of course.
Do you have any?
Yes, that's the main only. And I'll send you my WhatsApp number and continue the discussion. You have done an amazing job. I really enjoyed it.
Okay, but how I can get the list of everyone who are registered?
Just everyone who are registered and those who can't.
Okay.
Maybe only those who registered offline.
Amazing job, guys. Amazing job.
Yeah.
Congrats on your
Thank you
your
much.
visible presence and
Thank you so much.
yes.
It's my
And
pleasure.
when the guy from the voivodeship office started talking and talking, I saw it was like, yes, I'm patient.
Yes.
I can do it. I can survive. Olga, jedno pytanie. Czy ja mogę chwilę zostać dłużej, bo czekam na spotkania?
Yeah, I just send this email. Yes.
Musimy.
może